January 13, 2020, Celebration, Florida. Look at these streets, perfectly trimmed lawns, white fences, neighbors who greet each other every morning. This isn't just a nice suburb. This is a town the Walt Disney Company designed from scratch to represent the safest place in America. A place built to feel clean, orderly, controlled. A kind of modern utopia where crime, chaos, and fear are not supposed to exist. In a large home and reserved place lived Anthony Todd, a respected pediatric physical therapist, a man whose entire profession revolved around helping children recover and heal. He coached youth soccer. He was the father of 3 children, 13-year-old Alec, 11-year-old Tyler, and 4-year-old Zoe. To the people who knew him, Anthony was the architect of a nearly perfect life. He seemed disciplined, responsible, and steady, the kind of man who always had things under control. But on that morning, the people walking up to his door were not neighbors stopping by to say hello. Federal agents arrived along with detectives from the sheriff's office. They were not there because of a homicide. They were not expecting violence. They had a routine arrest warrant connected to healthcare insurance fraud. On paper, it was a financial case, a white-collar investigation, something procedural. The officers knocked. No one answered. They knew he was inside. His car was still in the driveway. Neighbors told him he hadn't been seen leaving the house for weeks. He had simply shut himself in. When agents finally received permission to enter and force the front door open, they stepped into complete silence. But it wasn't the silence that stopped them. It was the smell. Before anyone reached the second floor, before anyone drew a weapon, something instinctive hit them. The air inside the house felt heavy, dense, wrong. Experienced officers, people who had worked violent crime scenes for years, struggled to breathe. Their eyes began to water. Their bodies reacted before their minds fully understood what was happening. They stepped back, put on respirators, and then slowly began moving upstairs, following the source of something that should not have been survivable inside a closed home. The master bedroom door was shut. An officer pushed it open. Anthony Todd was inside. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't trying to escape. He was sitting there in dim light, barely reacting to the presence of armed federal agents in his bedroom. He appeared calm. He had been living inside that house for days, possibly weeks, walking through the halls, using the kitchen, sleeping there, breathing that air. Agents moved their flashlights across the floor. In the shadows around him were shapes. 4 of them, wrapped carefully in blankets. What happened inside that house later required federal investigators to seek psychological counseling after their shifts. That's not exaggeration, that's documented. But the most disturbing part of this case is not simply that a family was killed in a town that was designed to symbolize safety, and it's not only who did it. The most difficult thing to understand is how Anthony Todd continued living inside that house after what he had done to his wife and children, and what he had told detectives when they asked him why he didn't just walk away. I'm Dwight Vane. Here we expose the terrifying truth. Monsters don't hide in the dark. They look like the perfect neighbor or even the trusted husband. If you cannot spot their masks, your family is vulnerable. Hit subscribe to learn the signs before it's too late. So Anthony, or Tony Todd, was the kind of guy people in the US would casually describe as all-American. You know the type. Good at sports, strong academically, awards on the wall, the kind of presence that made teachers and coaches say, "This kid's going somewhere." And it wasn't just luck. Tony knew how to be liked. He knew how to pull attention into the room without looking like he was trying. He had that natural leadership energy, the kind that makes people trust you before they even realize they're doing it. In high school, he met Megan, and she wasn't a copy of him. She wasn't loud, she wasn't chasing attention, she was steady, observant, the kind of person who listens more than she speaks, and that difference worked. He brought the drive, the forward motion, the push. She brought the balance, the calm, the grounding. Together, they felt complete. After college, they got married and built their life around physical therapy. Not just jobs, they built a clinic, a family practice, something with their name attached to it. Tony quickly became the kind of specialist people recommended without hesitation. And honestly, it made sense. Where other doctors rushed through appointments, he listened. He paid attention. He seemed to actually care about what people were feeling, and when patients left, they didn't just feel treated, they felt understood. That kind of reputation spreads. He trained, he volunteered, he stayed visible in the community, and when someone keeps doing the right things long enough, success doesn't just come, it compounds. They opened a second location, business grew, the numbers looked good, the brand looked stable. Then came the kids. One child, then another, then a third. And that's when Megan stepped back from the business entirely. She moved fully into motherhood. She homeschooled the kids, structured their days, took them to art programs, built routines, built a world that felt intentional. From the outside, it looked like the American dream playing out exactly the way it's supposed to. Career, kids, reputation, stability. But let's be honest, you know this isn't that kind of story. Here's where it starts to shift. They were making money, good money, but somehow it never seemed to stay. And this isn't a moral judgment, it's a behavioral pattern. Tony started buying things that didn't quite make sense for the market they were in. For example, a hydro treadmill system worth over $100,000, a high-end aquatic rehabilitation machine, the kind of equipment that only makes sense if you have consistent demand for it. They didn't, but he bought it anyway. And when you look at that decision in isolation, you could say, well, maybe he was investing in growth. But when you zoom out, it starts to look like something else. It looks like someone trying to prove something, trying to keep the image intact. When Megan stepped away from overseeing finances, Tony gained full control. And according to federal records, that's when the billing patterns changed. Patients who came in once appeared in insurance documents as long-term cases. Minor procedures were billed as ongoing treatments. Visits extended on paper far beyond reality. Insurance companies were charged for care that didn't happen, and it worked for longer than it should have, because Tony's real asset wasn't the machines, it wasn't even his degree, it was trust. Then things take a turn that even at the time felt unusual. In 2017, Megan moved to Florida with the children, without Tony. According to him, it was for her health. She needed warmth. She needed recovery time. She was too weak to function properly. So he sold the Connecticut home, slept at the office during the week, flew to Florida on weekends. And for a while, people accepted that explanation. But if you step back and look at it calmly, it's strange. A man running 2 clinics, sleeping at work, not renting a place to live, family becoming less visible. Contact with them slowly decreased, and eventually the money wasn't just unstable, it was gone. He was juggling, shifting numbers around to keep everything upright. Meanwhile, the FBI had already started building a case. But the person who felt something was wrong first wasn't Tony. It was his sister, Chrissy. Weeks passed without real context from Megan or the children. No voices, no consistent updates, no normal communication. The unusual explanation, "We're busy, don't worry," stopped sounding believable. On December 29th, Chrissy requested a welfare check. Police arrived. House dark, curtains drawn, no visible signs of emergency. They told her what officers often tell families in situations like this. They're probably out, try not to panic. But she did. A few days later, something small happens, but it shouldn't. Tony's phone is found at a Starbucks in Sarasota. A stranger contacts authorities to return it. At the same time, a neighbor reports an eviction notice on the door. Empty house, missing family, and Tony's phone sitting somewhere else entirely. January 13th, federal agents set up surveillance, and they see him. Tony steps outside. He looks drained, physically shaking, not steady, not composed. He sits on the porch for a while, then goes back inside. No lights turned on, no blinds opened, nothing that signals transparency. Agents enter the house, and what they find confirms the worst possibility. 4 bodies wrapped in blankets. The smell alone made the scene almost unmanageable. Some officers later sought counseling. That's not an exaggeration, that's documented. Tony had stayed inside that home for 3 weeks, leaving at night to get food, avoiding attention, and constructing a version of events. When confronted, he claimed he had taken a large amount of over-the-counter medication, not randomly, strategically. Because if he appears confused or unstable, his statements become legally weaker, easier to challenge. He was hospitalized, but the next day, detectives brought him back in for a properly recorded interview. And this is where it shifted from tragedy to psychology. Tony did not walk into that room to tell the truth. He walked in with a plan. His objectives were clear: frame Megan's mental state as a catalyst, position himself as emotionally broken and overwhelmed, create doubts about his direct involvement. But physical evidence doesn't follow narratives. So the real question isn't whether something terrible happened, it's whether a man who built his life on trust, image, and persuasion can perform one last version of himself. Across the table from detectives who already know more than he thinks they do. Let's watch the interrogation.
Okay. Alright, I know we're speaking about our investigation, case number 29-004-299. What I'll have you do, obviously you're in a set of handcuffs right now in the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. If I could ask you, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that everything that we're speaking about today is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth, the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's a very tragic event, very unfortunate event. Earlier this week, we were called to your home. Obviously, I'm just doing this. All 3 of us have already spoken. I don't know what they treated you for. I don't know if it was something to do with some liver, kidneys, or something like that, enzymes or something.
Benadryl overdose.
Okay. How do you feel right now?
Regarding health-wise?
Yeah, I mean,
I feel very sad and very upset that I'm still here. And
yeah. Is there somewhere else you'd rather be?
with my family on the other side.
On the other side?
Mm-hmm.
Tony is trying his best here to evoke a sense of pity from the officers. You can see it in his demeanor. He will likewise be trying his best to appear like he doesn't understand the gravity of what he has done, claiming he's traumatized by the experience. However, it's his recollection of very precise details that makes this interrogation so interesting. Had Tony truly been out of it and unaware of his surroundings, as he will later report himself as being, he would not have been able to recall very specific details regarding his health, his treatments, and the various things he has gone through. Hear him saying that the day before he was treated for what he classifies as taking too much of an over-the-counter product is the first clear sign that he is very much of sound mind and body.
And you do know your wife and children are deceased?
Yes, that's where I want to be.
That's where you want to be? Okay. All right. Well, some progress has been made since we last spoke, okay? I had the unfortunate event of attending their autopsies yesterday, okay? And we'll get to the kind of the details on that. There are some questions that I have based upon what I've witnessed yesterday and then what we've last spoken about. So just to clear my mind and go through everything, I'd like you to just start from the beginning, if we can. How we led up to where we're at right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. For a while, my wife had started. She began watching these videos, talking about the afterlife, talking about salvation, talking about how families was.
Slow down a little bit right now. I'm just having a hard time keeping up with you two.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let's speak up.
And in watching these videos and watching everything going on, she presented them to me, and I started watching them with kind of a uneasy, whatever. And the more and more we watched, the more and more I gained an understanding that there is more than this life here. Mm-hmm. A higher our own consciousness. And then we started researching, and then we started finding more about the world is coming to the end, the apocalyptic end, and that families are going to be separated and enslaved, and to avoid this, to all go together. Okay.
You mean die together?
Die together. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So, because my wife's been chronically ill for a while, this really appealed to her, and because it appealed to me also, because she wouldn't be in any pain, family wouldn't be separated. There would be no more sorrow, no more heartbreaking, no more anything. It would be a salvation and everlasting life. Okay. So we kept doing our research, reading up things, meditating, and decided that, yeah, this should be a thing. This should be what we should do. Okay. We had sat down and talked with the boys and Zoe just on different things about, death and the way what would happen if mommy died, how would you feel, what happened when daddy died, what do you feel? And the consistent responses was that we don't want you to die, we want to die with you. Okay?
So when did you guys start talking to the children about this? We're in January now.
No, it was before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And your wife first showed you these videos when?
She started watching them, or she first started showing them to me in April.
April. Okay. And what was she using to watch these?
Her Microsoft Surface laptop.
And that's the one in the blue case?
Yes.
Now, this might seem like a pretty unimportant detail, but the reason why it's being asked is because Tony was already claiming to not remember his wife and children were gone when the police entered the house. He had stated that the kids were at a sleepover and his wife was asleep in bed. If he could recall a detail as minute as what kind of laptop it was that she would watch these videos on, they could later bring up his impressive memory and question how he inexplicably had such convenient lapses in it.
Alright, okay. Well, so you talk to the children?
Talk to the children, just to get a general understanding of what it was, what to do, and they didn't want to live without us. Okay? We didn't point blank say we're going to die and, leave you behind, but, what would you do if mommy and daddy died? And we don't want to live without you. We don't want to live without you. In conversation with my wife, we didn't want to live without them either. We wanted to bring a whole family together and make it transverse together. Okay? So we were coming up with different things of how we could do this. We didn't know how we could do this because we're not violent people. Okay? Not violent people at all. First we said, what if we, started reading different things. There's something came on TV about cough medicine. Okay? So could they have some cough medicine that I put them to sleep, like overdose of cough medicine, just put them to sleep. And get a nice peaceful death. Okay? So my wife made a pudding pie, jello pie, froze it, nothing happened.
What was in the pie?
What was in the pie? Sleep, ease, these different things with drama, this stuff that puts you to sleep.
And you said you have a medical background, is that correct?
I have a medical but not a chemical background.
Not a chemical, okay.
Yeah, I'm a physical therapist.
Okay, so you don't have all the terminology and
No.
Does your wife?
She's a physical therapist, no.
Okay.
We look it up and...
Where did you guys look this? I was just fixing to ask, where did you guys do the research at?
We went up and down up and down the aisles of the Publix and asked the drug guy, I can't think pharmacist, thank you. What's something good that puts you to sleep, have trouble falling asleep?
When did you guys start doing this research?
That started research before Halloween. But I just intermittently trying to figure out what was going on,
Okay.
We found out that the best drug to use was that it's the stuff in Benadryl. It's the safest way to put away. The safest way to put in. So it didn't work. So we kept thinking, talking, and just researching different things. And finally, we started researching. We said, we're just going to have to do some sort of examination. okay, bleed to death. Okay, that's how they used to do it way in the back when they used to do sacrificial things.
You take a plead to death?
Bleed to death.
Oh, bleed to death, sorry. Okay.
That's okay. Okay. And so we started researching where would be the easiest to stab to do when not so the kids could bleed to death, maybe in combination with the sleep drug.
Okay.
Okay. And that's how everything led up to be.
Okay. So that's through research. You guys have found, now you're saying you and your wife did this together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in doing all the research and everything, how did we get to Monday morning? What take me back to the holidays? When do you think the children died? That type of stuff.
I'm still trying to remember when the children died. I can't put those pieces together.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
We wanted the kids to stick around for the Christmas holiday concert because we didn't want to disappoint that.
Did you guys celebrate Christmas Day?
No, the kids were there before Christmas.
Because family is saying that that they spoke with Megan the day after Christmas. Was Megan alive the day after Christmas?
No, she died right the day after the boys did.
Right. I remember you saying that the other day. That's why I've made contact now with your family
Mm-hmm.
and with Megan's family. And so Megan's family is 99% sure that looking back through cell phone records and stuff that they spoke with her, not text message. They spoke with her the day after Christmas.
No.
And she said the children were sick.
No.
Okay, so you're adamant that they died before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay.
Tony had set plenty of fail-safes to ensure that the family was not found for weeks after the events took place. He told their entire extended family that they were all sick and couldn't speak on the phone with them, leading them to believe that they could only communicate via text. He did the same with his own family, saying that they were going to be off-grid for a while. This is not the action of a man so overcome with grief and agony after finding his wife had done something terrible to his kids. This is the action of a man who wants to formulate a plan that would allow him to get away with what he had done to his family, but he needed more time to do so.
I know I tried. I don't know if I ever punched it. I don't know if I did or not. I saw a little mark on her, but I don't know if I saw anything. But then she rolled and started squiggling, and I put my hand over her mouth and I put a pillow over top of her. So she would, and she started to fade away. And I just held that until there was no motion left.
So you didn't lay on her?
I did lay on her when she lay on her belly. I'm sorry. I laid on her to keep her down, and I put the pillow on top.
Okay. Do you think you stabbed her or no?
I don't know. I didn't see any. I didn't see anything.
Okay. So how long would you say it took you to take her life?
The whole motion?
Yeah.
Like from the minute I was sitting in there, or from?
Well, I'm saying once you initially take action, okay, did you have a knife with you?
Yes.
Which knife did you have with you?
The small knife.
Which is what color?
Green.
Okay, that's the green buck knife that you talked
Green
about?
buck knife, yes.
Okay, alright. So you had that in her bed.
Mm-hmm.
So how long from the time that you had the knife out to the suffocation until you think that she was deceased?
I want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right around there. It seems like that lightning night took forever, so it's hard to really gauge on the time.
Okay, and you said you used a pillow over her head?
Yes.
Was she face up or face down?
She kept moving. I think she was on her back with her head towards the wall, so in that way.
So for 10 minutes So 15 minutes you held a pillow over your daughter's head?
Mm-hmm.
How long did she kick and scream?
Only for a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes?
Mm-hmm.
So like 2 minutes?
I had no timer, but yes.
I'm just saying, guys, minutes looking back.
And I just held it there.
That's a long time.
Yes, it is.
Did the other children hear her?
No.
Did your wife hear her?
My wife kept going up. I felt her in the opening the door to see what was going on and shutting the door and walking back.
Okay.
Because you could see the light coming in.
Okay. So you think the sun was coming up, or was it just the light from
It was light from the hallway.
a light bulb? Okay. So now Zoe is deceased.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens next?
Walk out. Stood with Megan in the room for a little while.
How was the body?
How do you mean?
How was the positioning? Where was the pillow?
There was a pillow behind her head, and her hands were out to the side, and I made sure the covers were on top of her, just in essence, keep her warm.
Did she have anything in her hands?
No, I had put a rosary in her hands later on when I moved.
When you moved the bodies?
I moved the bodies, yes.
Okay, we'll get to that. And that was post-rigor?
Yes.
Again, he used tremendous detail, most of which is actually accurate, to talk about what happened to his daughter. I'm consciously not going to go into the specifics of what he described. The court records contain details I cannot share here, but they are accessible through public records. What I will say is that he recalled everything with a disturbing clarity, showing no stress or trouble. This will become a massive issue for him in court when he later tries to state that he had no recollection of even talking to the police.
Sorry, we're getting a little bit ahead of
No, that's
I'm
okay.
getting ahead of myself. Sorry. Okay. So Zoe's gone. You and Megan console each other, whatever you guys have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens?
We go into Alex's room.
Alex room?
Yes. The one next to the staff room, the one upstairs.
One upstairs.
Yeah. And beforehand, we had talked about the aspect of she's got to hold his feet down, and I'll do the stab.
How old's Alec?
13.
Okay, so he's the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so what happens?
We walk in. He's on his back. She's just sitting there holding his feet together. We're just in there, just eyeing each other, just gaining the confidence, I guess, you know. And I go to, I stabbed him, and he started kicking, was trying to get up, and he kept rolling. So I ended up putting there was a pillow there, I ended up putting a pillow in the back of his head so he wouldn't hit me with the back of his head. And I reached around with my hand and held his nose in his mouth. And he kept rolling and kicking and rolling and kicking, and then it eventually stopped.
Where was Megan at?
Megan left midway through there and went back to the room.
All right. How long would you say it took to kill Alec?
That one I have no idea. It went quickly, but I don't know.
Okay. And there was blood and everything in his bed?
On his bed, yes.
Where did you stab him?
In the stomach, the same spot that we identified as where you could get the inferior vena cava.
And what area did you call that?
Inferior vena cava?
No. You called it earlier.
Abdomen?
It's overall the abdomen. I think you used another term earlier. It was the one that you specifically spoke about the navel and
Umbilicus.
umbilicus.
Yeah, the umbilicus.
Okay. Is that something that you researched in there, or you knew that from your profession?
Research and learn ahead of time.
Okay.
Especially on a website called Quora.com.
And spell that again.
Quora.com.
Quora.com.
Yes.
And what is Quora? If I go research this, what is it going to show me?
Quora.com, you can ask anything they want, and it's people feedback. We happen to find it just by looking up knife techniques. And you ask it anything, and they'll show you, and they'll tell you and explain to you the best way to do things and where to do things, suggestions how to commit suicide.
I was going to ask, is it like a suicide? Is it
It's an everything website.
So I can go in there and say, how do I change the oil on my...
That I don't know. That
Is
is
it like medically based, or...
It's not medically based. It's a lot of topics that people talk about, but don't, I guess, talk about on the internet. I just used it for ideas how to do it with a knife.
When were you doing your research on Quora.com?
Started that before Halloween.
Before Halloween?
Yeah.
Where did you learn of that? You may have said this. Where did you learn of Quora.com?
I happen to be just researching knife techniques. And it comes up, and a couple of questions came up as, how do I kill myself with a knife? So I clicked on that, and it was Quora.com. So I clicked on Quora.com. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Yes, I know the internet is very crazy. And there's some stuff on it. When you typed in, when you were talking about knife techniques, like was it how to cut up some steak, or is it how to...
Offensive techniques, defensive knife technique.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've done your research on that going back pre-Halloween.
Yeah.
Did you have to create any type of accounts or anything like that?
You go in, you ask questions. The suicide ones, when I was asked about suicide, once you clicked in 2 or 3 times, the links, it asks you to verify your age through Google.
Okay.
So you just click out and just do 3 more times without.
So you don't have to have like a login or a sign-in name or create an account?
You can create an account, but you don't have to.
You don't have to. Do you remember which device you were using when you were researching Quora.com?
My iPhone. I don't know what the phone number for that is. I want to say it's 0742 or something like that.
0742. You mean the passcode?
No, the phone number to it.
For the iPhone?
Yeah.
What was the passcode for that one again?
5108.
5108.
Correct.
Is for your iPhone, which is what you did the research for Quora.com on.
And also my black Surface app.
Surface tablet?
Yep.
When did you do this research on the tablet?
Intermittently between.
Is there a login or is there a sign-in or a passcode for your tablet?
Passcode for my tablet is 75. It's a face one, but I'm pretty sure it's 7577 capital G lowercase ULA.
.com. So just tablet. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, getting back to taking the life of Alec. And is it A-L-E-K? Yeah. Okay. Alec, who is 13.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that you were solely responsible for his life loss, his murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Your wife, at this point, was where?
She had gone back to the room.
Okay. Had you given the children any medications prior to this night? I know you talked about the pie or whatever that your wife had made. Up until this point, were the children routinely given any type of medications?
We give them some supplements in there.
Okay.
But.
All right. So the night in question, they weren't under the influence of anything. They were just normal.
They had
What'd you call it, pie or something like that?
pie. Yeah. But then that didn't work that night. I don't remember if we gave them anything because those were 2 separate nights. We tried the pie one night.
You tried it before.
Mm-hmm. But I don't remember if we tried anything in that next night or not.
So you didn't try to sedate them or anything like that prior to killing them?
They were asleep. Doesn't make sense why we wouldn't. We must have given him the cough medicine again. I'm serious, we must have given him the cough medicine again.
I'm just thinking if you're trying to
do
something like that, and you've done a lot of preparation. I mean, you started to prepare this.
The guy started eating quite a bit, but then being strong, he kept moving. So then again, I had to put a pillow on top of my hand and he went really, really, really quick.
So a lot of blood.
I didn't see much blood because I had it covered up, like how much blood came out. I could feel the blood coming out because it was all over my hand. But it was bloody.
And I'm sorry, I didn't ask him.
Please.
With the boys, which knife did you use?
It was all the green knife for the kids, and
The buck.
they were both buck knives, but the green knife was for the kids, and the one Megan used to stab herself with.
She also used the green one.
Yes,
Okay.
because we established the fact that I had to get a bigger knife for myself because my body mass is bigger to get the same thing.
Okay. So Tyler, in which room downstairs was Tyler?
Tyler was in the library room downstairs.
Library room. So if I walk in the house, where at?
You got to walk in the house. The first room on the left is music room. The second room on the left is the library room with the double French door things.
Okay. And that's the room. Was he on a mattress? Was
He
he?
was on the mattress, and the mattress. My wife is very adamant about mattress covers. So he was on top of the mattress cover and all his blankets and everything.
Okay. Did that mattress stay downstairs?
That mattress stayed downstairs. The cover and everything else was brought up when I brought him up to the room.
So obviously there should be, if he bled out, there should be signs of that on the mattress.
The mattress was clean because the cover,
What do you mean by cover?
by the mattress cover.
Okay, which is cloth.
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't allow fluid or anything to go through.
Okay. All right.
When I moved him, I was able to under the cover.
So that's sometime later.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So Tyler is killed. Who's in the room when he's killed?
It's just me and Tyler. Megan is outside the door.
What is she saying during any of this?
She's doing meditations.
Was she drinking or consuming anything that would maybe
Not at that point, no.
bring her down? Because it's just a lot for a parent to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot for a human being to go through, let alone a parent. Okay.
But we had salvation in mind. We had the greater, and that's in
I
all
got you.
honesty. It's we love our kids, and it's sad.
I got you. I understand. Okay. So now all the children are gone. How long until the sun comes up?
I don't know. It might be about 5 o'clock in the morning. Around that time.
Was the sun coming up like part of a rule or anything like that? Because you mentioned it a couple times that Megan told you that you have to do this before the sun comes up. Is there a reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I don't know why the reasoning was behind that, but it would have to be done before the sun came up. Yes.
Okay. So it's nothing during your research or investigations or anything like that that has.
Nothing per mind. I don't know what was on her side, research and whatnot. I was just told it needed to be done before the sun came up.
Anthony consistently tries to defer responsibility for key aspects of the crime to Megan. Yes, he was responsible for what happened to the children, but he claims Megan told him he needed to do so, and that he needed to do it before the sun came up. He admitted to his direct involvement, but it was because Megan said she needed to be first. He is actively trying to shift the amount of responsibility from himself to Megan, mainly because she is no longer alive and can no longer defend herself.
What do you guys do?
Go up to the bedroom. Just started talking. How we want to. What do we want to do now? What's going on? What's our next step? So what are we going to do?
Do you mean this wasn't planned?
It was planned, but it was like just the dog. Did she want to go first? And we just said, because there was some discussion of me going first and her staying last. Her going first. She wasn't sure which one she wanted to do. So we decided that the dog. We wanted the dog with us. So she held the backside of the dog down, and they put the I call them Mexican blankets. They're like these the legs around, and I was able to hold the knot in her snout and her nose closed, and she went peacefully. Picked her up, put her in her bed, And then Meg was like, I want to go next, I want to be done. And then what?
So you just suffocated the dog?
That's interesting because I didn't stab the dog.
Okay. Well, there's a stab wound on the dog.
Okay.
The dog was collected as well. So.
I doubt. Like,
It's neither here nor there. I'm just telling you. Okay. All right. So you kill the dog. And then you say you like put him in its bed or something like that. Where did you place him at?
The bed, and we wrapped it in the blanket. We're not put it underneath the bedside table in her bed.
Her. Okay. What was her name?
Breezy.
Breezy. Okay. Did you meet? I'm sorry. Where did you kill the dog at?
It was on the foot of the bed on Megan's side.
In the master room.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was the final resting spot was in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the dog's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Now what happens?
Meg wanted to go.
Okay.
So we have decided, and I said, what do you want me to get? Your wine? What do you want to help calm us down? So it won't hurt as much. We had some spray stuff, and so she could use that instead. So she wanted some wine and some, it's purple, Tylenol PM. She started taking that a little bit. Gave her the knife. And I laid next to her, and she put the knife into her stomach. Okay. And I said, did you get the spot? It's right here. She said, yeah, I feel it. Okay. Laying there for 45 minutes. It's supposed to take about 10 minutes, whatever everybody says. If you hit the spot.
And what is in that spot? What are you talking about?
The inferior vena cava.
Okay.
On the umbilicus. You're supposed to be able to bleed out. They say 1 to 4 minutes, but under 10 minutes.
And what are you specifically targeting within that area?
The inferior vena cava.
Okay.
It's a big blood return. Okay. It's a large vessel, and you bleed out in your abdomen. It's quick.
All right.
Okay.
How much did she consume wine or I'm assuming is it grape flavored? You can't put the whole.
Yeah, the first one was grape flavored.
What do you mean first one?
She had a glass of wine with the stuff. Okay. We were laying there for about 45 minutes. After she stabbed herself, she says, I feel nothing happening. Nothing happening. I said, okay, this is good. What do you want to do? She said, do we have any Benadryl? I said, we have liquid Benadryl. She goes, let me have that. Let me try some of that. Maybe that'll put me to sleep or let me go sooner. So she was drinking liquid Benadryl. And I was checking back on her, give her some peace. Walked around, came back, came back. And at one point I thought she had passed from doing the Benadryl. She was still there, and she had sat up.
What makes you think she passed?
She was very quiet. There was no motion. I couldn't see her abdomen going up and down. This is from afar without even me going up to see her. Okay.
Was her eyes open?
Eyes were closed.
She communicating with you?
At that when I came up, I was like, Meg? She said, I'm here. I said, okay. So I said, what do you want to do? Do you want to try more Benadryl? Do you want the knife back again? What do you want to do? And she goes, can we try some more Benadryl? And then if not, we'll do a second. What's that? Okay. Give her a bunch more Benadryl. Like I said, let that settle in for a while. Settle in.
When you say a bunch more, you got an approximate amount?
I really don't. I know she was.
She took a bottle?
Yes. I don't know. There was a big bottle. Like a family size Benadryl thing.
She killed the whole bottle?
And in 2 different sippings, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that wasn't happening, so she decided to go through her liver. Okay. We looked at, I pulled up the thing and the packed liver, we laid it out on where it was on our skin, according to landmarks. And I said, it's right in this area. So, okay. And she, with 2 hands, pushed in. And you heard like a little click, as if it went through something. Okay, so I was like, okay, sounds like it went through the liver, that's good, okay. She pulled it out, she put the knife right next to her, and I just laid with her. And I laid there and held her, and we just waited. It seemed like hours went by and nothing else happening. I got up, I wanted to check on our boys and our little one, make sure everything was going okay in the house, everything was okay. Came back and she's sitting up at the edge of the bed. And she's cleaning the room. I'm like,
what was she cleaning it with?
there was one of my t-shirts, She had, I think she had a towel at one point.
Okay.
But she was definitely, I can't, but she was up, she was washing it, rinsing it at one point. And she's like, this has got to be done, it's taking too long, this is ridiculous. I'm like, shall we go on, look at different other aspects to do this? How do you want to do this? She goes, I want this ended now. I said, okay, what does that mean? She goes, I want you to take the pillowcase, put a pillow and put it over my head. I said, I don't know if I can do that. And she looked at me, she goes, if you love me, you can do this. I want to be with my babies. I said, yeah, you know, it's, and she just looked at me and she goes, you're strong enough and you can do it. Okay. So I said, why don't you take some more Benadryl so at least you're not going to fight me. And I'll do it. So she took some more Benadryl. She took some more Benadryl. And maybe about 15 minutes later, I came back in the room. I said, you still want to do this? And she talked to me like that, very far out. Yeah, get it done.
In Tony's retelling of his wife's final moments, her last words were supposedly complimenting his strength and telling him how great he was. In every single telling of how his wife passed, including the letter he wrote to his father while in prison, he states that his wife, in her final moments, could only really compliment him and tell him that his only failure in life was not being able to follow through with the plan on schedule. It's a truly narcissistic and self-serving narrative.
I don't know.
Did you have to go get any more during this time?
So in that time, no.
What other times did you have to?
After that was done, for me to commit suicide.
So you had already prepared. I mean, you had enough to take care of the children and yourself, or Megan?
Megan and myself, from what we thought.
How many bottles do you approximately think you had?
We had 2 boxes of Sleepies, I know that, which is straight dimethyl, which is these little pills. We had 2 things of Tylenol PM, I remember that, which is a great purple one. And I think we had 2 bottles of Benadryl. The big bottles.
Family size?
Yes.
But getting through Megan, did she take it all?
She ended up taking a lot more than what we had thought we'd take it. So
her numbers should be a lot higher results-wise, you know what I mean, like as far as toxicology.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay. Once she was cleaned up, you talked about wiping of the towel or something like that. Did you see a substantial amount of blood or anything outside of the body?
She kept the shirt on. I didn't look underneath.
Okay. Did you see anything on the bed?
Blue blood on the sheets, but then she changed. She wanted a different sheet. I remember that, so she put a different sheet down.
So the old one should still be back at the house?
It should be.
Okay. So she tells you that it's not working. She wants you to suffocate her.
Correct.
Pillow. That was the gray pillow I think you kept talking about.
It's a little gray rectangular pillow, yes.
How big?
It's like one of the 10 pillows.
Like this big?
Yes. That.
12 by.
It's about the size of half of your case there. Not your case there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so small gray pillow should have
Hold
something.
on. I want to make sure I'm telling you everything perfect. When she changed the sheet, she put a bunch of sheets on a bunch of stuff that was wet on the bathroom floor. And later on, I cleaned up and threw that away. So the original sheet is there. I threw it away. Okay.
Threw it away or washed it?
I threw it away.
Okay. So any of the sheets that were like found in like the washer or dryer or anything like that, are they related? Involved?
I didn't do any wash, I don't think.
You haven't done any laundry since Christmas?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe I did.
Okay.
And so I threw that sheet away because that was full of blood. That sheet was full of blood.
Okay. Alright. So go on. Proceed. Sorry.
It's okay. So then it came to me, and Megan asked that I wait a day or 2 to make sure everybody passed, make sure the house was all set and that kind of stuff, and come. So that's what I did. I started the Benadryl. I tried hanging myself.
And Benadryl you had to go buy more of?
Correct.
And that was where?
I went to CVS 24 Hours, I went to Publix, and I went to Walgreens.
There's one across by the Starbucks.
That's CVS.
CVS, so you went there.
Mm-hmm.
The Publix is right there off of Blake, which is right there in front of Celebration. And the other one is where?
There's a Walgreens right next to Five Guys in the little restaurant thing there.
Oh, the new area.
That was correct, yes.
Okay. And this was the day after or so, or when did you start purchasing more Benadryl?
Not the day after, so yeah.
Did you purchase anything else besides Benadryl?
Alcohol.
What kind?
Rum. And some more, Coppola. So rum.
What's the one? The red one or something?
It's rum, yeah.
Okay.
And I also thought that it might be easier. See, I'm not much about guns in the house, but I was reading on Quora that you could kill yourself with a pellet gun.
Pellet gun?
So that was reading. It hurt.
Where did you shoot yourself?
In the liver and the heart. I had 2 wounds.
The liver and the heart.
The liver the first time. It bled quite a bit. Didn't do anything, but I woke up later on. And
we'll have it checked out, but we'll photograph it later. Is the mark still there?
I haven't looked at it. I'm still
We'll check it out.
It's been forever.
Okay.
That was the last one. I tried the razor blade to the radial artery, which I told you I hit, but I didn't do it well in the tub. So it dried up. Zip tie around the neck. The only thing that did was irritate my glottis. I couldn't get down the carotid artery because my neck is too big. So I tried to substitute that in with the towels with pressure points to go in the carotid arteries. I tried to set up hanging over the edge of the beds. Was trying to figure out how to go through and fall on the knife in the right direction to get it upward, up into my, throw my knife forward to get my, what should we call it, diaphragm. Was also researching, but couldn't quite get to the femoral artery because the way how deep the femoral artery was.
Mm-hmm. Where were you doing your research at?
The internet.
Well, I mean, what device?
Meg's phone and my phone.
Meg's phone. Okay, and which phone? Because I know you said you had 2.
Hers is 6465, and that is, I think she had a pink case to it.
Okay. Which phone was lost?
My 6536 one, a Samsung. And that one was lost before Christmas.
And where was that one lost at?
It was lost in Florida. I don't know where I lost it from, the airport down.
Okay. That was the Samsung? I think you
Yeah,
said
Galaxy 10.
Note or something?
Galaxy Note 10.
Okay. Which phone was left in like a Starbucks or something in Sarasota?
That one was that phone that was mine. And I went back and got it.
Which phone?
I don't know the number.
You don't know if it was an iPhone or a Droid?
It was an iPhone.
It was your iPhone that you have now? It was still the same phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went back and got it. And I can't remember, was that when the family was still alive that you went down there to Sarasota?
No.
They were already dead?
Mm-hmm.
Tony purposely left his phone at the Starbucks in Sarasota in order to make it appear as if the family had fled. Later on, he would state in court that it wasn't him who left the phone there, and that he has absolutely no idea how a phone that had been on his person during the murder ended up 2 hours away in a Starbucks, and that he couldn't have brought it there because he was so distraught.
Okay, and you drove the van, the red van down there?
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever a white van or something involved? Was there a moving van, or did it appear you guys were moving at some point? Like moving out of that residence? That was just how what people were saying. I don't know if there's any truth behind it.
No.
Okay. Prior to the deaths, I mean, were you guys planning on moving out of that home?
Prior to the deaths. We had planned to. I don't know.
Okay, so like, did you ever get a rental truck or anything like that? Or,
Yeah, they did.
but when you guys moved in May, or when?
May.
May? About 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So somebody had said they saw like a moving truck or something out nearby on the residence, near the house, recently?
Wasn't us.
Okay. Alright, that's fine.
No, wasn't us.
So people were calling in and see people were saying, oh yeah, it looked like they were moving out or something like that, so.
Hmm.
Okay. So you guys never had a moving truck. Alright, on to the next thing, sorry. So you drove down to Sarasota, left your iPhone at a Starbucks. Did they call you, or how did that go about? Did you call it, or what? How'd you get your phone back?
I was leaving, then turned around, I realized I started going, and turned around, went back.
Okay. What were you telling family during this time frame, like around the deaths and after the deaths?
That we were either vacationing at the beach, or I was looking at PT practices to purchase.
Who were you communicating with?
Sisters and mom.
Your sisters? Which sisters?
Kelly? I wasn't communicating with Christy anymore.
Is that Chrissy or Christy?
Chrissy.
Chrissy? Yep. You weren't talking with her anymore? When's the last time you talked with Chrissy?
A few weeks back. I don't know the date. I really don't. I'm sorry.
What you guys talking about?
I was pissed off that she wouldn't stay in my business.
Okay. How about your last conversation with your mom?
That we were going to eventually be coming up and talking about moving up north, that kind of stuff, just to spice her and calm her down.
Okay. You talked to your dad lately?
No? I don't think so.
No. When's the last time you talked with him?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you guys have a good relationship, or
We have a decent relationship.
how about you and your mom?
We're very close, and that's why I had to really be evasive with her.
Did she tell that maybe you were being evasive?
She could, that's why I had to reinforce the fact that let's try not to be.
Okay. Your sisters?
My sisters just, they love me. And they have a sixth sense.
They do love you. I've spoken with them.
Yeah.
I've spoken with your family. All right. So Meg's dead. You come back from Sarasota. We were trying to establish a better timeline before, approximately when she was taken, when Meg died. And you're adamant that all this all took place before Christmas.
Yes.
Positive, 100%.
Yeah, before Christmas.
So, have you communicated with anybody after that? Has anybody texted you? Have you been using any of the other devices, anything like that?
Using the devices to text people, yes.
And why'd you do that?
Keep people away so I can finish myself.
Gotcha.
I was in a panic mode that I still need to get to them.
Yeah.
I still have to get to them.
Yeah.
And people are getting closer and closer. And
I know people said that they were communicating with what they thought were your family members.
Mhm.
And ultimately it wasn't.
No, it was me.
It was you.
Yep.
The zip ties and the knives and the research and everything, how come it didn't work?
Zip ties didn't work because I couldn't get enough compression on it. The knife, because in all honesty, I chickened out and cowered it out with a knife.
Okay.
I've taken so much Benadryl, then I took this, taken the alcohol with the Benadryl, and every time I seemed to live a little bit closer. There was one day, somehow I woke up in the garage, in my urine and whatnot, and then I had thought I died then.
Oh.
and didn't. So.
Okay, and how quick after did you move? You said you wanted the family to be together,
Mm-hmm.
right? So take me through how does this take place? How does, because when they were all killed, they were all in different positions inside the home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happens?
The first day I just laid in bed with Meg the first day after she died. Just laid in bed just with her. I want to say it was the second day after she died. I said, okay, time to get things moving and get everything going. And went in, made sure she was covered and everything was taken care of. She was on I remember her left leg had fallen off the bed, which was kind of weird. So I was able to move her left leg up and tuck her leg underneath, get her nice and comfortable. Moved Zoe in, put Zoe in. Before all this was done, we had the kids bringing all those little altar things.
They were like favorite items or something
Yes.
like that? Okay.
So I had to fix those because I knocked those over after I put Zoe up.
Okay.
So I fixed those out. And then it was which one do I do first? So you bring Tyler over up or do I bring Alex up? And I thought just because of my strength, and I wasn't too strong at the time right there, that I should get Tyler upstairs.
Tyler he was the one that was downstairs.
He was the one downstairs.
He's 11.
He's 11, yes.
Okay.
So I was able to get him up on my shoulders and carry him up a little bit by little bit.
Okay. And to back up a little bit, I want to speak about Zoe.
Yes.
So Zoe was in her bed.
Correct.
Had you checked, because rigor mortis was brought in, you talked about it.
Yeah.
Did you check on her periodically to see when she'd come out?
I hadn't checked on her periodically. I just knew she was in rigor. Just because I went to position her. So in my mind, she had to stay warm.
Okay.
And her arms were outside, so I went to put her arms down to make her nice and comfortable. And I couldn't move her arms, and I was like, okay, she's still in rigor. So I brought the blanket above her just so that she'd be warm until I was able to reposition her.
And when you say reposition her, when you're doing all this, is this still while she's in her bed, or did you already moved her to your bed?
She was still in her bed.
Still in her bed?
Yes.
Okay. So when she's movable,
Yes.
and under the blankets and everything, at that point is when you moved her to be in bed with Megan?
Correct. I upped the fitted sheet.
Mm-hmm.
I scrunched it together and carried her in my arms and laid her flat, made sure her head was comfortable on the pillow, and let her sleep there. Then I could pick up everything I knocked over.
Okay. And her head, because I understand that she was at the foot of the bed.
That's correct.
Right. So she's laying like this, left to right, Meg's laying like this. Is her head towards Megan's side of the bed or your side of the bed?
The head is towards my side of the bed.
Okay.
Her feet are towards.
And you slept, if you're looking at the bed on the left side of the bed, Megan slept on the right side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. So her head's on your side, left side of the bed,
Mm-hmm.
positioned feet towards Megan.
Correct.
All right, wrapped up in a blanket.
Correct.
All right. Okay. So Tyler's next.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler is downstairs.
Correct.
You said that you were able to get him eventually upstairs to the room. So how do you do him? What happens?
I moved his mattress from his bedroom because he wasn't on his mattress.
Okay.
Moved his mattress from his bedroom and put it on the floor.
His bedroom upstairs?
Correct.
Okay.
And picked him up and just carry him up at a time.
His items or trinkets or whatever you call them were already in your bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
And what specifically did he want to bring with him?
He wanted the scarf, the soccer scarf.
Soccer scarf?
Yep.
And what team was that from?
That was from the Team USA versus Canada game that we went to a couple weeks prior.
Okay. Team USA. Okay. Did you position that on his body?
No, I positioned it on the toy box itself.
On the toy box.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You said something about your daughter's hands. What did you put in her hands?
A set of rosaries, I think.
Set of rosaries?
Mm-hmm.
How about Tyler?
It was some kind of religious aspect, whether it be rosaries or some kind of something along that lines.
Now, did you guys already have these items?
Those are mine from collections growing up.
Growing up. All right. Did you grow up in a church?
I was a forced Catholic, yes.
Forced Catholic.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. Okay, so Tyler gets a set of rosaries. How is he positioned?
He is on his, when I put him on, he is on his, like, towards his stomach, with his head towards the side. I just can't remember which. His head was facing, I think, back to the back of the wall, back of the building, I'm not sure.
Back. Okay. Is he on his face? Is he on his side? How is his face?
He's on his side. Half of his face is like, it's more so like right here.
Okay. All right. And then that leaves
Alec.
So take me through that.
That one was tough because I had to get the mattress out from underneath him because I couldn't drag him on the mattress. So I took the blanket, this comforter blanket, put it on the ground, and we moved him to the ground. Then moved the mattress into the room.
How did you move him to the ground? What do you mean?
Picked him up and put him on top of the comforter that was on his bed. I put the comforter on the ground so he wouldn't be laying on the rug. Put that on the ground. Put him on the ground. Brought the mattress into the room. Made sure the mattress was set, and then put him on the.
Did you have to like drag him by the comforter, or did you pick him up, or how does this
I
work?
moved the sheet and the. Okay. I put the comforter on the bed. Then I took the sheet, picked the sheet up with him, and put it onto the blanket, the comforter. Moved the bare mattress into the room. Then I was able to pick him up and take him. I was adamant I did not want to drag him. He's my son. I did not want to drag him. So I picked him up the best I could. And little steps at a time I got him through.
So you carried him? You carried all the children?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just something that you wanted to do as a parent?
Versus dragging them?
Right.
Yeah, I the ultimate respect to them, I understand we have different opinions about it, but the ultimate
I can see it. You don't want to drag him like a piece of
No, it's not a piece of meat, it's my son.
Absolutely. Okay. So you get him positioned, you get Alec positioned on the mattress. Which way is he positioned?
He's on his side. Okay, where's one? Looking up to our bed.
Looking up.
I think he's looking up towards us, it's on one side or the other. But I'm pretty sure he's facing up towards the bed.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Because I know one of the boys was almost face down when he was found, and one was on his side, like you just described Tyler was. So I was wondering maybe if Alec.
If anyone were closer face down, that would have been Tyler.
And Tyler was closer to the bed next to your wife?
No, Tyler was the last one.
Okay. So Tyler was the one closest, or the farthest away from the bed?
Correct.
All right. So Meg, Zoe,
That's right.
Alec,
Yeah.
Tyler.
Correct.
Okay. You good?
I just burned it.
You need a,
Yeah, can I have the sheet?
Yeah. Give you a moment.
Okay.
You good on your drink? Need water or anything?
Just a water.
Like I said.
I think I said I have nothing to hide. I'm telling you, because I really stopped.
Yeah, I mean that's just something that maybe during this time frame that you don't recall, but it was noticed during yesterday's events that the dog was stabbed.
I didn't do that, but I mean, it doesn't matter.
No.
I just let you know.
Okay. So the children are positioned.
Mhm.
Okay. You guys are coming back together as a family. And I'll use your words. I mean, you chickened out at this point.
The knife.
You know, with the knife and that type of stuff. The pellet gun, during the course of this, was attempted. How come you didn't graduate to a real gun?
Because in doing so, I had to. Sorry. There's a whole 3-day wait list.
Well, in World War IV, just some days have passed. I mean, it would have been a bad idea.
Every guy on it. It's one of those, it'll happen this way, they'll do it this way. Sometimes when I took the Benadryl, I seriously went to sleep for like 2 days. It seemed like 2 days later, you know. And
where would you sleep at?
Either next to Megan, in the attempt, or somewhere in that room. Sometimes right on the edge, on the floor down there,
Okay.
Between the bed and the window. And every time I said, well, let's try it, and it's like, well, now I gotta depend on that, but we can get done quicker, and then,
The tower was on during this time frame?
yes.
Where'd you guys keep the temperature? Do you remember?
I don't, but I wanna say, because I was in charge of it, because I was over there, 68.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Up in the room, I think there was like some, I don't know if they were humidifiers, I don't know if they were moisture, what were those?
Those are air purifiers.
Air purifiers.
Mhm.
Were those there prior to?
The white one by the window was there, because we kept the air purifier going, because we both have heavy allergies. The black one I brought in from the boys' room, just to keep going. Then we use candles and that kind of stuff, and I did sage smudges and that kind of stuff.
For what?
Sage smudges allowed for spirits to pass on and that kind of stuff, so I wanted to make sure no one kept stuff.
Candles were for the same reason?
Yep.
So, it's been some time, we weren't found, or we didn't get there till, what, Monday, which would have been the, 12th, maybe? 13th? What were you doing during this time frame? We're talking over 2 weeks.
Trying to kill myself.
Were you leaving the home? Were you going over to the other place in Georgetown or whatever it is?
I went over to the other place once because my daughter really wanted her Mickey Mouse necklace. So I went up into the condo to see if I could get the Mickey Mouse necklace, to find it in the jewelry box, and I couldn't find it.
So she didn't get it. And was that the only time you left?
No, I would leave every time I would be up until I needed to go get either more alcohol, more Benadryl, and just food. As we're trying to get through this.
Publix or fast food or?
Fast food, unfortunately, but I thought it like that. Went to McDonald's once or twice.
Okay. Were you checking the mail?
I checked the mail also. Okay. To make sure everything was, bringing in stuff so that nothing would lead to suspicion out in front.
Okay. Deliveries,
Pulled them in because I didn't want anything to be seen during my being unsuccessful time after time.
So there was like a pile of boxes and stuff like near the door. Were those like presents or what in the world was all that?
Pile of boxes in the door.
Yeah. So the people at the scene were telling me that there was like, it appeared like almost like Christmas presents. Did the kids get to open Christmas presents?
No, they weren't alive for Christmas.
They were not alive for Christmas. Okay.
Tony is on trial for what happened to his entire family, including the woman he has been with since high school. His defense is that his wife was responsible for what happened to the children and the family dog, and that his only involvement is not reporting it. His wife's name should have a profound impact on him, both because he supposedly loved her and she passed away, but also because, according to his story, she was responsible for what happened to his kids. Instead of showing any outward emotion, though, Tony instead closes his eyes, for a prolonged period of time, then opens them, nods his head, and says yes, that he does know her. He displays absolutely no emotion, and over the next couple of minutes, he will be attempting to make himself cry. However, his emotions and his body movements are not synchronized. At various occasions when he appears to be crying and emotional, it will not flow naturally with his posture and body language.
It was high school of 1992.
Where was that?
In Montville, Connecticut. Sorry. Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did you and did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it to that. Make it hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also become a student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy, and then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
While responding, Tony wipes a non-existent tear from his cheek. His tone never fluctuates as he speaks, indicating that whatever emotion he's feigning is not in sync with how he really feels. Earlier, his voice also started to shake, indicating heavy emotion, but directly after, he had to spell the name of a location and his tone immediately resets to neutral.
Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was that in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
This is the first time that Tony fully shifts his position on the witness stand to speak directly to the jury, and it is when he's sharing his credentials and talking about how he's trained medically. He's attempting to assert intellectual dominance over the people in the courtroom and trying subconsciously to assert that despite the circumstances he's in, he should be respected.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. She whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, she concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work some time in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season, or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment and partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Tony has already given up his attempt to appear upset and is no longer trying to force emotion. He talks down to the jury, asking a rhetorical question about having their job pay their mortgage. His demeanor also dramatically shifts when he goes from talking towards the jury to talking to his lawyer, lowering his gaze and looking up from under his eyebrows. This head position can be seen as aggressive and combative, and he will continue to do this, getting angrier and angrier throughout his questioning. Think about a time when someone has lowered their chin and spoken to you in this manner. It is usually a sign of outward annoyance and irritation at something you have done and a way to make you feel small. This action is directed at his own lawyer, meaning on some level, Tony believes he's smarter than him.
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself.
Tony states he needs to collect himself before beginning. However, there are no outward signs of emotion whatsoever. His eyes are not wet, his voice is not shaky, and his posture has not changed. He has been casually moving his chair back and forth, purposely moving himself between facing the jury and his lawyers. And if anything, he seems incredibly callous. There has been literally no physical indication of emotion from him this entire time, but once again he's trying to force it. He sighs and closes his eyes for another extended period, seemingly to try and push tears out, but none are presenting. He will continue to try to seem emotional, to little avail.
Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which was, they say Lyme disease goes into remission, they say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time. We used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
I will go over the interruption and his reaction in a moment. However, his remarks about her having Lyme disease as a child do not match with his initial statements and other reporting around the case. He also still has yet to display any emotion as he goes over her medical history. Opposing counsel objected due to relevance. This is Tony's reaction.
Ask your next question, Mr. West.
So, this is the face of a man who is absolutely furious that someone interrupted him while he was speaking. By turning around and cocking his head like this, he's challenging the lawyer directly and silently showing his aggression. This man has no self-awareness as to how aggressive and cocky he's appearing. Annoyance and hostility are the only emotions he has been able to showcase authentically so far.
Can I ask you more questions to have a shorter answer?
I apologize, sir.
And then when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And
Once again, Tony's trying to make a show out of his emotions for his wife. In most authentic displays of emotion, the person will usually express some sort of embarrassment, which often manifests in hiding their face, covering their nose and eyes, or shielding their head in some way. Instead of doing that, Tony brazenly turns towards the jury, holds his head up, and tries to force tears and emotion. He begins to blink rapidly, which is a tactic usually helpful in causing irritation to the eyes, but still, nothing comes out. His tone of voice becomes shaky, however, his posture and self-assuredness never change.
that she experienced.
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was, they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry, first, I apologize, let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, in trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you've ever seen in your life.
Most of these details have not been confirmed in reporting and again go against his initial statements about Megan's passing. It should also be noted that other people who were around her at this time did not notice any change in her health or well-being. Still, despite his deliberate voice shakes, his rapid blinking and continued sniffles, he has yet to shed a single tear. It also becomes obvious that a lot of his posturing is deliberate, as once again, he reacts to an objection with pure anger.
I swear her eyes could...
Mr. Toe?
Yes.
Notice how all of his overwhelming grief, his constant sniffing, and his tone completely changed the moment the district attorney objects. He is no longer the sad sap on the stand. He is annoyed that he has once again been interrupted, and he actively postures himself toward the lawyer in silent anger. His rapid switch between emotions shows the lack of sincerity or care he has with what he has been saying and what he is trying to portray.
Then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis, that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do.
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher, in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds. She couldn't keep weight on. She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff, saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion, okay? Valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her, sorry, not valves, her chambers were beating all irregular. It was basically, you take four wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge.
If you ever wanted to see what a man who is deeply aggressive toward a woman looks like, look no further. The fact that DEA objected due to his lack of medical expertise was, to Tony, a direct affront. He again believes himself to be the smartest person in the room, and despite the fact that he's not a doctor, he's a physical therapist, for someone to say as much in his presence is a slap in the face. Again, his complete shift from his voice wavering, his rapid blinking, and him trying to cry, to glaring at the prosecution for stating he isn't a doctor is a direct indicator as to his true emotions and their validity.
Mr. Toe, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in a hospital, case review charts, Home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background.
Think about the last time you were upset and cried in front of people. The sudden onset of emotion is swift and usually uncontrollable, and it takes a good amount of time to recover. But him going from displaying signs of sorrow with a shaky breath and sniffling to no longer showing any signs of sadness shows his lack of real sorrow. Had this man not done something so terrible to his entire family, his absolute rage and inability to act would be pretty funny. From here, he continues to almost berate the lawyers and the jury, choosing for the time being to forego pretending to be sad and instead aggressively answering some of the questions.
Wife continued with her health issues. What was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Her demeanor went from a very vibrant young woman in which literally we were best friends. As dating, we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family, okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were, okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room, literally, after almost 20 years of marriage, my stomach would have those butterflies in it, seeing my wife. I existed, but she went from...
His lawyer attempts to steer him back on track, and Tony lifts his finger to shush him, clearly showing that he believes he is the one in control of the situation and should be respected. This likewise indicates that he thinks he is smarter than his own lawyer. But once more, the female DA objects as Tony has gone on a weird side tangent about how his wife was his best friend instead of talking about her demeanor, which was what he was asked. Tony absolutely hates this woman. Nothing is as clear as Tony's hatred for the DA, as every time she has objected, he has tried to stare her down.
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
At the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less
Yeah.
demeanor changed.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with 2 wonderful boys. Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid, okay? To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. We hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper, okay? In which to come in, help bring the kids to school, which is something my wife...
Narrative and unresponsive.
What I'm going to ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking about.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
He thanks his lawyer and says it's been 2 years since he's been able to tell his story, and that's why he keeps going off on unrelated tangents. But he is visibly angry. Him thanking his lawyer for working with him is meant as a dig at the DA, who he is stating he doesn't appreciate working with. Also, his inclusion about needing to tell his story goes back to his narcissistic notion that if he just explains what happened, everyone will believe him and he will be set free. His ramblings are very much in line with other notorious narcissists like Diane Downs.
You and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Roman Catholic, in the Catholic Church?
I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
As you progressed as a family, did Megan seek other religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick, we were under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative, or she went more alternative, I should say, because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church. And her progression of her religion through that religion and her following also took over her medical outlook and her medical treatment of herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time, was there a calamitous event in the life of Megan's parents?
Before the birth of my first son, in November of 2002, her father hung himself. She was very close with her father. She was not close with her mom. I was very close with her father. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things I totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
All right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. And before the whole progression of the disease and the process under it. There was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost a baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously affected me, but she went from that singing, humming, dancing person to to days that she didn't even get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife? Or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect.
He has gone back to trying to make himself cry. Clearly, it's not working. It's telling that when there are longer stretches of time between objections, he goes back to faking his emotions. He is also sure to make a dig at Megan's mother, which is completely irrelevant to the question that was asked. He will continue to do this with various people in order to try to discredit their statements about him and preemptively control what is said about him.
Questions?
The question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so we don't have confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes.
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that of your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Tote, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her healthcare was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
He actually says no to the objection. He's so annoyed that he just says no. This objection does properly shake him from his forced crying once more, but it's also important to note because earlier in his testimony, he stated he never went to worship and didn't partake in Megan's new religious beliefs, as he was a devout Roman Catholic. But now he changes it and says something different.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So as you asked, please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached a salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
And was her desire to seek better health through this process by going into another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara. Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me. Yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
And what was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was the whole aspect of it was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, and I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Stand. And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her to have a good life, period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
Objection, non-responsive to the narrative.
We'll try and work on shorter sentences so that everyone can keep up, and I'll be,
My apologies, sir.
we're fine. Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead. It was the most horrible day of my life. And what made it more horrible is my wife died in front of me also.
Had there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
According to what she told me,
Objection, hearsay.
and
Hold on just a sec, Mr. Till. Response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person, if you can.
thank you, sir. When I came home that morning, I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And the kitchen, it was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple, bluish, grapish, melted pie, I guess you want to say, a pie dish was sitting there on the counter with some residue on the kids, at the kids' places on their plates.
At that time, you came in, you saw that there were desserts that had been served up on the table?
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
And then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no. I had gone upstairs. Well, I had too much information, but I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs. My house was very quiet. Very unnormal having 3 kids, one 13, one 10 at the time, the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways, because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th, Cole Miller and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which resulted in a fracture of my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
He is now talking about the day he says he found his kids had passed away and his wife also lost her life in front of him. He has still yet to break down or show any emotion in any way that is synchronized throughout his body. And once more, when the DA objects, his shaky breath, his facial movements, everything that had indicated any sort of dullness or anguish immediately turns to anger and annoyance at being interrupted.
You said in the statement that you stabbed the children and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously, unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
After I saw everybody die,
Yes, sir.
after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
There's a lot wrong with his statements here. First off, he tries to state that he sustained a neck issue because of mishandling from the police. He stated as much in his letter to his father, where he also said that they had planned to let him off the hook for his Medicaid fraud. All of that is untrue, and there's yet to be any proof that he ever had a problem with his neck during his arrest. He has also given various statements about not being able to recall what happened when he was in custody, but then he gave an incredibly detailed description as to what happened in the interrogation, which is consistent with him lying about his recollection. He also was not the righteous husband who would do anything to protect his wife, as he states here. He constantly talked down about his wife's physical appearance, said she was no longer womanly or attractive to him. All the while he looked like this. He also tried to blame the Medicaid fraud on her, saying she was in charge of the books for the physical therapy practices he ran, even though no proof exists showing that at all. It's important to note that all the proof points to him, but he tries to make it point to her on various occasions.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks after the day that changed your family's entire future. During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
I would have to go through them to count, because in my head I can't count them. Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
On conscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times, so 10 times, at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself? You gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit, or what happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy, okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the children's, which is no different, it's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared, okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I took when going back and looking at the dates and whatever, it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
And were you prepared to assemble that bike?
Oh, God, my babies. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to...
Every time thus far that he has had to show emotion, he has closed his eyes for a sustained amount of time, furrowed his brow, and changed his breathing. This obviously has not been able to produce the effective amount of tears he has wanted, but he has done it when describing finding his kids, seeing his wife, and trying to take his own life. Now, at the recollection of a bike in a box, he covers his face, says, "Oh my God, my babies," and then puts on a higher effect in order to seem more sorrowful. This is not in line with how he has shown his emotions previously at all, and his continued ability to drop his sorrow at the first sign of interruption indicates, once again, that this is all staged.
Assemble the bike.
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were our new bed set, not bed set, I apologize, duvet cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was even a dollhouse that we picked up for my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
Mr. Tote, what could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good. I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me, is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Collect yourself.
Do you have a tissue or something? I'm sorry.
Deputies?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around? Sorry.
Do you remember the religious groups sending messages and having, I guess, prayer or singing sessions in Megan's memory and, information back?
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Was the person who was thought to be the leader of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and contact her?
Yeah, contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTimed sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
They didn't tell me directly. They had contacted my sister, and my sister told me that she had a conversation, that Megan was at rest and she crossed over. I don't know where that, I don't understand it. But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Mr. Tote, did you kill your family?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley.
Again, the objection ruins his act. It's as if he's an actor in a stage show who keeps being interrupted by a director. His response to the following question shows his continued hostility and aggression without even an ounce of the sorrow he was just feigning.
Now cross-examination.
Yes. In December of 2019, what was Megan's medical conditions?
Megan's medical conditions consisted of neck pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate issues, breathing issues.
And did all of these medical issues make her frail?
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive?
Sure.
Tony was finally able to make himself cry and properly display emotion. However, again, he showcased a lot of desynchronization throughout his movements. After he was able to cry, he requested a tissue and asked to turn around, all the while biting his lips. Many have stated that the lip bites could indicate him trying to suppress a duping delight smile, as he was happy to have finally cried on the stand. While looking at this moment alone, it could be seen as genuine. Mere moments later, though, when the prosecution is allowed to start cross-examination, Tony's true emotions became all the more visible as he's finally able to express the high amounts of anger and aggression he has built up towards her.
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did Megan's medical condition make it hard for her to walk?
At times, yes, but she hit it very well.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Anthony knows what the word frail means. He went on a long tangent about how she was, in fact, frail previously. However, he does this to try and assert dominance over the opposing counsel here because they, on multiple occasions, said he was being vague and that his responses lacked relevance. All of his sadness towards his family has vanished, and he is just angry at the women questioning him.
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in holistic practices. would you say?
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I had told you before, the diagnosis...
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
Well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's right.
Tony's movements show clear agitation and aggression. He is moving his head as if he is a bully on a schoolyard picking on a smaller kid. It's apparent he thinks less of the opposing counsel and is trying to get under her skin without realizing how terrible he looks to the jury. In his mind, he just won them all over with his acting, and they're most likely already on his side. This is, in turn, his victory lap. He also very clearly begins to bite his lips and the inside of his cheeks, showing that he's quite literally holding himself back from saying what he would really like to say to her.
After she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced symptoms?
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
Like I explained before, the I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth.
Okay.
You got diagnosed initially.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously, every day for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain, so that we can get her to the regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving, forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope, there's nothing more that can be done.
Okay, so what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that, my apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy in which I was trained under, different things I would go to school for, or continuing ed for, to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you specifically did. So if you were
I'm telling
going
you
to
what I did.
treat her,
Yep,
what were the different things that you did?
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook recipe in physical therapy. It's treating her ailments and treating her pains.
Okay,
So
so you
whether
did
or not her liver was inflamed, I did myofascial release to help release the liver. She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt who helped finance her and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assisted help?
At what point?
And year.
After a year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016 she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through this couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things are bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding, to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall and my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Patricia, non-responsive.
He does not respect this lawyer. She is giving him absolutely no leeway. He tries to subtly assert that she isn't paying attention and isn't skilled at her job by saying he already told her this piece of information. She doesn't allow that to slide and instead forces him to respond with a simple yes or no. And when he tries to push back, she again tells him no. His body's entire positioning in reaction to her, as opposed to his own lawyer, is completely different and so obviously aggressive that it's uncomfortable to watch. From here on out, anytime he is asked a yes or no question, he will purposely try to give a lengthy response just to aggravate her. And when she asks a question that could have a longer response, he will try to answer it succinctly or pretend not to know how to answer for the same reason. His behavior is like that of a child after they are told no.
You are a practicing, or you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find a Christian base and migrate to more Christian base. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time did Megan, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you, and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well,
when did she do that?
Let me correct your chronology, if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in...
When?
That was in 2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues of the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning?
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
When you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner?
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
Did you said it was your job to clean the kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any, I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay.
What's it called? Hummus toast.
Okay.
They had hummus toast.
And you said you weren't hungry, or you?
I had a shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
And how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say. 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August? No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005.
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
The condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full-time?
What do you mean?
Did you ever live at the condo full-time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented the condo out.
Okay, did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes.
When?
Full-time, as in after selling the house, I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, and she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters furnish it. I moved all that stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo, what do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in, realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No.
And you tested, what do you do with the van?
Left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys. I'm like, did you guys forget something? And they looked under the basketball hoop and they're like, oh, the van was locked. The tools are there. So we wrestled a little bit and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here? Hour and a half? I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had a later night snack.
Okay. So what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. I'm going over. Just remind mommy I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the what's it called? The studio apartment above the garage, because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay, so how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, what they call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay, so you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van?
Yeah.
What do you do with the van?
I realized the phone, what I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking in the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger. So I sat in there, decided to take a rest because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay, so how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
It's a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
Okay. So how long were you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another and went back to sleep. It was not on current. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids at school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So do you drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I walked.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated it in the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hands, so I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So you get back and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door and what do you do?
Go to pee.
Okay.
After I walk through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay, so you see everything still on the table, you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs to go to
After
the
I went
bathroom.
to the bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the stairs then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So, were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs, that's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the doors to the library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay. And what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray Hydro Works shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, I'm sorry I'm late. Asked
Okay,
her
and
where
so
the
what
kids were.
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay, and what happens next?
We start communicating, and like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways, and I don't know if it was because of the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me. I puked.
Okay, and so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that Tony's entire strategy in this court case was to appear as a loving husband who would never cause distress to his wife or his family. His entire case relied upon him appearing as if he couldn't cause a problem for anyone and would never purposely cause difficulties for another person. Whether or not that was successful in his own testimony is a matter of opinion. However, at this point, he has very clearly shown outward signs of aggression towards the district attorney, who happens to be a female lawyer. His continued disrespect, talking back, and mocking mannerisms would be more than enough to make members of the jury believe that he would be capable of crossing serious boundaries with someone if he wanted to, especially when he repeatedly interrupts and cocks his head at her. If he had won any member of the jury over with his statements, he had most likely lost them by this point.
Want the whole chain of events, or do you want...
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
So I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door, into the hallway, and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe?
She said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with the pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, I thought you stabbed her. She says, I thought I did. I didn't know. It bounced off of her.
Okay. So after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so where's Megan when you're doing
Somewhere
this?
behind me. She was following me, talking to me. At one point, she was standing in the doorway, talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said, I thought you stabbed the kids.
Okay, so you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged and it was not a technical phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that's done was up. That's all I know.
And after you finish with Zoe, what do?
Megan was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever, because she wanted me to believe what she was doing. Brushed her out of the way, and I went to Alex's room.
And who was in Alex's room?
Alec.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alec, which bed was Alex?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room?
In Alex's room?
In Alec and Tyler's room.
Yeah. Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see Alec, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually do the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay. So after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed?
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed of the pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and when I remove the blankets, there's blood there.
Okay. And do you do the same thing with the washcloth with Tyler?
Unfortunately, I didn't go to the bathroom to what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's, at that point, standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already, and I went up there and told her she needed to get help. I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are, because I'd asked her for the phones were initially, and she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this conversation is happening where
In the master bedroom.
In the master bedroom, okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. And I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for phones, she was standing at the side of the bed.
On which side?
On her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
Okay. And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, The cup was still in her hand.
Okay. Where did you go?
Into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom. Are you at the vanity? Are you in the little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all the place, in the closet and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones. You're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
She's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom. So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
What part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay. So you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her end table. When I left her, she's standing by the end table on her side of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon. You know, like you rub a balloon, like a. At which point, I poke my head out, you know, as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she on
She's
the
laying
floor?
on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green-handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands were on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And at that point, she says, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava."
I'm sorry.
She said, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava."
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where the phones were. She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help? Yes or no?
The answer is no.
After Megan dies,
The dramatic shift from backtalking to the lawyer, making snarky remarks, and callously going over the events that led to his children losing their lives, to him whispering that it was his wife who was responsible when addressing his own counsel is mind-blowing and incredibly telling. After this, the lawyers provided their closing arguments and the jury was released for deliberation. When they reconvened, Anthony was found guilty on all charges and was appropriately sentenced to 4 counts of life without the chance of parole. Before his sentencing, Anthony stood in front of the judge and tried once again to convince him of his innocence, which did not work. Tony is a manipulator who spent his entire life working for people. He took thousands from his community. He was responsible for what happened to his family, and he is exactly where he belongs.
Some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
No.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she would say she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house, we liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my decision-making the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her. I was trying to convince her, trying to talk in her language, saying, obviously the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive. What do you do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
What do you do after this?
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? It's the morning. What do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long. I was in a state of confusion. I was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired with purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun, that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with. I left and came back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I go about buying a gun?
Are you aware that the wait period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Damn, I've never bought a gun before.
Okay. Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both attendants. They played the recital.
Okay. So how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl.
How many times?
I think twice. I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
Food, Galumke, one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Not that I recall.
Did you go to Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks in Sarasota?
In Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope. It was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct, I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't even remember talking to the interview that day.
So, you don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so, you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct, the ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to Academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note was essentially, I didn't read this note, but from what I recall, it said we did it as a family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, "Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What did you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family, or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit, and I wanted my wife to know, I want my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it, so I put the urine-soaked one and the one with errors in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So, was this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was, when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you. Sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt?
It was in my black shorts.
In your shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that only fit me.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to, I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. But those are the 2 dress shorts I had.
So how often did you wear them?
Daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed. You saw the condition of my hair. You saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So you actually, the note that was left on the green chair is something that you actually authored.
I actually edited. That's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair.
Actually, I gave it to my mother, who was sitting in the green chair, for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there, my father-in-law that died in 2002, my aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay, so in your interviews, you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience, people believe they're Hitler.
Did you conduct any research that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones. And I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife. I've only...
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one?
Yes or no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true, yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question.
That is what the video, yes, showed.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alec's room, and Alec was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old, and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who was the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
Okay, so you go to Alec's room next because Alec's upstairs,
That's correct.
right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alec's room and you stabbed Alec and you suffocated Alec. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times that Megan was in there during that killing?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And that, in fact, Megan held Alec's legs down while you suffocated Alec?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true?
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So, next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well, actually,
I went
not
to the library.
Tyler's room. You went to the library.
That's correct.
Right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely, he was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and You told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not responsive to my question.
Actually, it is, but
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an
And-
emotionally disturbed video of me, yes.
And that's you talking, right?
That is me talking, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank God I
So-
didn't tell you I assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So after that, you tell law enforcement, yes or no, that you and Megan get Breezy, the dog, to come up onto the bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw.
There's no question.
You didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Yes or no, the next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
Which point?
At any point, did you tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement that at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
When was Tyler's birthday?
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Yes.
And based upon your testimony and in the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
Before Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get like birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You
They're
don't-
very good at that.
You don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, man.
Do you remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday? And I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
Mr. Toad, who killed your family?
My wife killed her kids.
You were not involved.
Anthony Todd actually wanted us to believe he was the victim. He sat in that courtroom, forcing fake tears, and tried to blame his own dead wife just to cover up his sickening cowardice. I want to know exactly what you think about this man. What makes your blood boil more, the sheer brutality of the crime or his pathetic attempt to play the victim? Drop it in the comments right now. I read every single one of them. Charity Lee was just trying to get through a normal late shift, serving wings and drinks outside Abilene. Her 4-year-old daughter was home in bed, and her 13-year-old son was there too, with a babysitter. It was the kind of night you don't even remember later, because nothing is supposed to happen. Then police walked into the restaurant and asked for her by name. A few minutes after that, a recording starts, a 911 call from inside her house, in her son's voice, saying it was an accident. The operator tells him to do CPR, and he starts counting like he's trying. But when officers arrive, they realize he never touched her. He was counting from another room. So why would a kid fake saving his little sister on the phone? Unless he wanted someone to believe a story he'd already planned. Hi, welcome to my channel. Here we investigate cases where danger never looked like danger, where the person who can hurt you might be the same person sitting with you at the family table. If you value human voiceover, detailed research, and the details that truly matter, make sure you subscribe. I won't waste your time with a long intro. Let's get straight to the case. On February 5th, 2007, Paris Bennett's mother, Charity Lee, was at work. She was 34 years old at the time. She was working as a waitress at Buffalo Wild Wings restaurant near Abilene, Texas. At around 12:30 in the morning, police officers walked into the restaurant and asked to speak with her. And in that instant, everything about her normal life was about to end. They gave her news that no parent ever expects to hear. They told her that something had happened to her 4-year-old daughter, Ella. Charity was confused because in her mind, she had done what any working parent would do. She had left 4-year-old Ella and 13-year-old Paris at home with a babysitter. None of it made sense. If a sitter was there, how could something have gone so wrong? Charity knew she needed to be with Ella immediately. She told the officers, "Take me to her." But what she got next was the most devastating update of her life. Moments like that split a life in two. One sentence, one piece of information, and the person you were before it is gone. Charity later described how that second transformed everything. The reality she knew turned into something nightmarish, something she never imagined she would have to live inside. As soon as she heard that Ella was gone, her mind snapped to Paris. She asked if her son was okay. Her fear was simple and overwhelming. What if something had happened to him too? And the officers told her something that, by her account, they said very plainly. They told her that they had him. If it did not make sense a moment ago, it was about to become almost impossible to process. They told her her son had already been arrested. He had been taken into custody. They believed they already knew who did it. Earlier that night, Paris had made a 911 call to emergency services. During the call, he claimed someone had died by accident.
Abilene 911.
Hello?
Abilene 911, go ahead.
I actually.
You think you somebody?
No, I know I did. I woke up and I was hallucinating.
You were hallucinating?
Yes, and I thought my sister was a demon, and I
What you do is take her off the bed.
I know for a fact that she's...
Do you want to go ahead and try? It might still help, okay?
No, I don't think it'll help because...
Come on, Paris, work with me. Paris.
If you listen to a portion of that call, you can hear what sounds like adrenaline. You can hear what sounds like panic. His voice seems distressed. And that is exactly why this call still leaves people arguing about what was real and what was performance. I want to be careful here. I'm consciously not going to repeat the graphic parts of what was said on the call or get into medical specifics. The recording and the official case materials are available in public records if you want to research further. What I can say is that the call became a central piece of the timeline, and it raised immediate doubts about whether Paris was being truthful at the moment. When you listen to his voice, he sounds upset, he even sounds regretful, but there is a crucial point raised in this case. It is highly doubtful that the regret was genuine. The doubt is not about whether the call happened, the doubt is about whether the emotions were real. To be clear, people can hear the same audio and come to different conclusions. You might hear real fear, someone else might hear acting. And bias is unavoidable because once you know the outcome, you cannot unhear it. In that recording, Paris said, "I accidentally caused someone's death." The operator challenged him, and Paris answered in a way that suggested he knew exactly what the outcome was. He said he felt messed up. Then he began offering an explanation for his actions, and it was an explanation that investigators later treated as an outright lie. He claimed he woke up after sleeping alongside his sister. As he came around, he said he started hallucinating. He claimed he looked at Ella and saw something demonic and unreal, like his mind had glitched into a nightmare. And yes, the world contains real psychotic breaks. Sometimes people truly do see things that are not there, but it is far more common for the person experiencing a break to be the one in danger, not the person beside them. Paris, in that moment, was suggesting he saw something terrifying and reacted as if he had to defend himself. But what happened next is why so many people question whether any of it was real. Because the operator was deeply worried about a child in immediate danger, and the operator knew Paris had admitted he had done something to her, so the operator tried to do what dispatchers do. Paris was told to place his sister on the floor and count out loud while following the instructions. Paris counted. He sounded like he was doing it, except it turned out he was not doing it at all. Investigators quickly noticed the parts of Paris's description on the phone did not match what authorities observed at the location. And that mattered, because it suggested he may have been staging the sound of cooperation rather than actually trying to help. The absence of what responders expected raised immediate questions, and later, Paris confirmed those questions. He admitted to investigators he did nothing. Instead, he had taken the phone, left the room, and counted out loud to make the operator believe he was following directions. Pause and consider what that means. He did not just fail to help. Even for someone who studies cases like this detail is hard to absorb. An adolescent causing the outcome, then acting like he's trying to reverse it without lifting a finger. It suggests detachment, it suggests calculation, and it is highly unusual. In many cases, even when someone causes a fatal outcome in a burst of emotion, you often see a shift afterward. They cool down, they panic in a different way, they try to undo what they did. Sometimes it is self-preservation, because they know the legal consequences grow heavier. Sometimes it is conscience, sometimes it is shock, but Paris did not show that pattern. There was more evidence pointing to that lack of remorse. After what happened, he did not immediately call 911. First, he called a school friend. He spoke to that friend for about 6 minutes. Then, after that call ended, he waited another couple of minutes before calling emergency services. And that timing matters, because this was the same period where he later sounded panicked on the 911 call. If he was truly in immediate panic, why call a friend first? Why wait after that? It does not align with how most people experience raw adrenaline. Adrenaline is usually immediate, then it fades. It does not typically pause for a normal conversation, then surge back on cue. That is why the argument that he was performing is so strong in this case. The investigation did not take long to piece together what had happened, and the events that led to Ila's death were beyond disturbing. This is one of those cases that, when you begin to describe it, it can take your breath away. Even during research, there were moments where the reality of it felt almost impossible to hold in your head. At the center of it, one thing was certain. It was not an accident. Investigators concluded it was planned in advance. It was calculated, it was desired, it was carried out, and the consequences were accepted. And here's what makes it even more unsettling. His motive was not what many people assume, but people who knew them said he cared about her. They were described as inseparable. Ella adored Paris and wanted to do everything he did. Other parents who knew the family said Charity was lucky because she had a 13-year-old who seemed good with his little sister. Paris was seen as protective. So if it wasn't about Ella personally, then what was it? The motive, as later described, was to devastate his mother in the worst possible way. Paris spoke with police after his arrest. At first, he stuck to the hallucination story. He claimed he thought Ella looked like something unreal and threatening, and that he reacted out of fear. But that claim did not last long. Soon, he retracted it. And then he began telling investigators what he described as the core truth. He said he had planned what he did and had thought about it for a long time. He also told investigators he had intended to wait for his mother to return from work. He claimed he did not follow through because he discovered it was far more difficult than he had imagined, and that stopped him. That statement is cold and is chillingly logical in a way that feels disconnected from normal human empathy. That night, Charity went to the police station to be with her son. Even after learning what he had done, she showed up, and Paris commented on something she had once told him. Charity had told him she could never take life unless someone did something to her children. Paris then asked her, "So what are you going to do now?" Think about that. It forces a painful question. What was going on inside Paris that he carried such resentment and such a desire to cause his mother that level of suffering? Paris was not an ordinary child. That was clear. He had a genius IQ of 141. The average IQ is 100. Less than 1/4% of the world's population has that level of intelligence. He was well-spoken and articulate. He was an aspiring writer. Teachers later prepared reports for court. One teacher wrote that Paris was one of the most intelligent students they had taught in 27 years. His reading teacher said his vocabulary was equal to a college graduate. And that was when he was only in the 6th grade. He would have been around 11 years old when they made that comment. The level of intellect is staggering, and it becomes part of what makes this case so hard to understand. Alongside that, Paris was described by experts and observers as showing traits associated with psychopathy. From an academic perspective, there is no single accepted standard test for psychopathy in children, because a child's mind is still developing and people can change. There are interventions that can help young people. Even so, what had to be acknowledged was that he seemed to display many of the relevant characteristics. Experts also identified what they considered pathological narcissism. So when you look at him, it is almost like two versions existed side by side. There was the good Paris, the affectionate brother, the good student, and there was the other side, the side capable of using the ultimate loss. People with these traits can show up in many settings, including corporate environments. It has been suggested that in senior corporate roles, a notable percentage may show these characteristics. When you look at Charity raised in Paris, she described instability. Charity did not claim she was a model parent. As a teenager, she was kicked out by her mother at 17. Charity found accommodation and got clean. She enrolled at university. She was 18 years old. She later said that irony stayed with her because she believed Paris gave her a reason to live then, only to destroy her life later. Charity did not stay with Paris's father. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He experienced auditory and visual hallucinations. It raises a question people have asked. Did Paris know the detail and later play on it when he claimed he had hallucinations? During that time, she met Jonathan Smith in Alabama. They had Ella together. Their relationship did not last, but Charity was devoted to her children. Jonathan had issues with alcohol. That was a trigger for Charity's sobriety, and the relationship became unsafe. She ended it after a serious incident involving law enforcement. Charity said the relapse lasted about 6 months. During that period, Paris was expected to take on more responsibility at home, including helping with Ella. Charity said that period had an impact on him, and it is the one thing she hugely regrets. She has said she wishes she could go back and change it. Charity has been hard on herself, and she has wondered whether that brief absence of stable parenting contributed to what happened. But there is another layer here. Someone with severe narcissistic traits does not necessarily care about the full reality of what they experienced. They care about the story they want to build. Still, resentment toward a caregiver can become fuel. It can become a justification in their mind. Paris may have used that relapse as proof, in his own head, that his rage was allowed. Combined with his antisocial traits, that resentment grew, and it seems that is when he started looking for a way to devastate her. Psychopathy, like sociopathy, is associated with antisocial personality disorder. Traits often include rule-breaking, low impulse control, little guilt or remorse, and manipulation, deceit, and controlling behavior. Those traits fit Paris, and his controlling and manipulative behavior showed itself clearly in the circumstances. Paris later told experts that on the morning of February 4th, 2007, he woke up and knew. He said he woke up that morning and thought, "I want to deeply upset someone, and I'm going to do it today." He said he felt angry all day. He said he felt like he was going to snap. Later that night, while his mother was at work, he crafted an opportunity to make that happen. The babysitter took Paris and Ella out for Chinese food. After they got home, they watched a cartoon version of Alice in Wonderland. Ella was put to bed as normal. Paris went to his room to finish homework. Then, around 10 o'clock at night, he somehow persuaded the babysitter to go home. Now he was alone in the house with Ella. His mother would be at work for many hours. He believed he had time. From the moment the babysitter left, he did not waste time. What happened next is extremely difficult, and details have to be handled carefully. The court documents and reporting are available in public records if you choose to look deeper. What I can say is that investigators concluded the actions were deliberate, prolonged, and completely incompatible with any claim of an accident. Was described as prolonged and intentional. Investigators determined there were multiple phases to what occurred, and the overall pattern pointed to planning, control, and a focus on making the experience as frightening and drawn out as possible. What matters for understanding the case is that these details strongly influenced how investigators and experts interpreted Paris's motives and his risk going forward. During questioning, Paris gave descriptions and comparisons that many people find shocking. I'm not going to repeat those statements. They are available through public reporting, but repeating them here would add nothing except graphic detail that can also risk the platform limiting this video. Detectives did know that Paris sometimes appeared emotional during questioning, but multiple people involved in the investigation said they did not believe the emotion was sincere. As the investigation progressed, more information came out. At first, Charity desperately wanted to believe the hallucination story. What parent would not cling to anything that could make this feel less intentional? But as official findings were confirmed, it was clear Charity was facing something else entirely. Charity confronted Paris at the juvenile detention center where he was being held. She told him she believed he had done this on purpose, and Charity said his demeanor shifted. She said Paris became quiet, then there was a whole change, like another person took over. She said he started laughing, and he said, in essence, that it had taken her long enough to accept it. When she confronted him with the sensitive part of the case file, Charity said he reacted with intense anger and caused a disturbance before staff intervened. Being confronted with that part of the case seemed to trigger something in him. I'm not going to list the categories or describe that material because it quickly becomes too explicit for this platform. The point is that Paris offered multiple explanations over time, and investigators questioned how much of any of it was true versus manipulative storytelling. At the same time, commentators have pointed out that the overall patterns of events suggested something far more disturbing than a simple attempt to cover up wrongdoing. And this is why Paris is often described not only as psychopathic. At 13, while awaiting sentencing, his behavior in detention did not improve. There were incidents involving fights, property disruption, and confrontations with staff. Officials also reprimanded him for demeaning comments to younger peers. Assessors were disturbed by his demeanor when he discussed the case, saying he did not respond the way most people would. He also tried to manipulate staff into revealing his mother's new address, and while in youth lockup, he accessed restricted computer systems. Again, that intelligence, the 141 IQ, combined with manipulation, was still present. Paris pleaded guilty to a capital offense. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison, which was the maximum permitted for juveniles under Texas state law. He served the first 5 years at the Texas Department of Juvenile Justice facility in Giddings. Then, because of his age, he was transferred into an adult state prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. Charity has consistently disapproved of how the state handled her son. She felt they locked him up and did not provide meaningful therapeutic help. Court was also agonizing for her, because she was caught between the prosecution wanting the harshest outcome and the defense seeking the lightest sentence. She wanted accountability, but she also wanted him to get help. Since turning 18, Paris has refused further psychological evaluation. He has said he chose to do what he did and takes full responsibility, and he has insisted he is not mentally ill. That position has been criticized as arrogant. The idea that he knows better than psychiatrists, psychologists, and other experts speaks to the narcissism many believe he shows. So if he is right that he has no diagnosable mental illness, then what remains in many observers' eyes is someone with cold, entrenched traits and a high capacity for manipulation. And there is a hard truth often stated in treatment: you cannot change what you refuse to acknowledge. Even if he believes he does not need medication, he would still, in theory, have reason to engage in anything that could reduce his risk. There are options offered to people with these traits that can help. The fact he refuses suggests he is unwilling to accept anyone else could know better than him. And if you refuse the possibility of change, then change does not happen. That matters because, as his mother fears, he may be released one day, and no one wants to imagine a person with a demonstrated appetite for causing devastation walking free. During research, another disturbing layer emerged. This was not the first time the Bennett family had been connected to a criminal investigation. In the summer of 1980, Charity was 5 years old. Her father, Bobby Bennett Jr., was found in his home after an attack. Public reporting described the scene as resembling a planned, deliberate act. Charity's mother, Kyla, was the prime suspect. Kyla and Bobby had divorced and been separated for a period. They had just remarried days before he died. After his death, Kyla stood to take control of a successful trucking business. She was charged with arranging for someone else to carry it out. Ultimately, she was acquitted. But Charity has said she has since seen information that, in her view, points to her mother's guilt. Bringing it back to Paris, some believe he blamed Charity for his actions. But when you look at his history, there were signs that disturbed people even before Ella died. About 1 year before Ella did not survive, Paris was admitted to a mental health facility after a serious incident involving his mother. Charity had disciplined him over a household issue, and the situation escalated into something that required professional assessment. Charity was not impressed with the treatment there, even though staff wanted to keep him longer. She brought him home. In hindsight, it is widely viewed as a massive mistake. A parent's love can cloud judgment, and Paris was described as highly manipulative. Either way, she brought him home despite professional advice. Only after Ella was gone did Charity get to read his full file from that unit. The file warned that he had dangerous tendencies and posed an active risk. The notes also referenced both other-directed and self-directed ideation. And that leaves the public with uncertainty about what is true, or whether he preferred to keep multiple stories available. Paris's grandmother, Kyla Bennett, supported the idea that something was wrong early on. She said the family always knew there was something off, mostly due to strange antisocial behavior. She said he was not affectionate, he was not sociable, he did not show emotions. She also described incidents from his childhood involving self-directed behavior and destructive tantrums. Kyla also claimed Ella's birth shifted his outlook because he was no longer the only child. She said he resented that change. Charity has also said that when she reflected on being pregnant with Ella, Paris struggled. There was home video footage showing Paris acting inappropriately toward Ella in ways that, later on, took on a much darker meaning for the family. I'm not going to describe those clips in detail. They are discussed in some public sources, but the important point is that, in hindsight, the family believed there were earlier warning signs. In another clip, he asked his mother a disturbing question and made a statement that people later saw as an early signal of his fixation on causing the deepest possible loss. Kyla felt the family should have foreseen something. Charity has said she could not have imagined he would do something to his sister. She would not have gone to work. Kyla said she always thought he would target someone one day, but believed his mother would be the focus. Kyla also believed the family failed to focus on Paris's issues because they were too caught up in the other drama. Charity's substance problems, Charity's conflict with her own mother. They did not speak for years. In hindsight, Kyla said his strange behavior was a cry for help that they ignored. Charity has said that even with warning signs, she believed she was unaware of the true scope of his mental health issues. It was only after Ella was gone, when a court-appointed medical expert assessed him, that he was diagnosed as a sociopath. Charity did not want to believe it. Her experience of her son, imperfect as it was, did not match that label in her mind. So at first, she ignored it. Over time, after more disturbing behavior and repeated confirmations by experts, she reluctantly accepted it. And that acceptance comes with a brutal reality. If a child truly has sociopathic and psychopathic traits, people often fear it will never change. One of the most mind-bending facts about Charity is that she has forgiven her son. She has forgiven him for what he did to Ella.
I don't really know how to answer that question. And I'm not saying that to be difficult. It's not simple, so I can't just point at something and say, okay, that's love. I recognize it easily, and I feel that, but it doesn't feel like we are.
Charity has said she hates what happened, but cannot hate him. She has said it is difficult to love Paris, but she works at it. She has said she has forgiven him, but it is an ongoing process. She sometimes has to talk herself through it, reminding herself she will not be the parent who abandons their child. She visits him in prison frequently. Many people condemn her for that, but she feels torn. Paris has told her he enjoys seeing her suffering, and one of her visits ended with a terrifying incident where he tried to physically overpower her. I'm not going to describe the mechanics of that incident. The details exist in Charity's own public accounts if you choose to look them up. What matters here is that, even while incarcerated and under supervision, Charity said she still felt unsafe around him, and that professionals warned her to take the risk seriously. Yet, Charity continues to keep him in her life for a reason she returns to again and again. She believes he gave her a reason to live. When she found out she was pregnant with him, it helped her stop being dependent and helped her change her life. So in her mind, Paris helped save her life, only to take her daughter's life. That contradiction sits at the center of her grief. Charity has not rested with what happened. She has tried to build a legacy for Ella. After Ella's death, she founded a non-profit organization in her memory. It is called the Ella Empathy, Love Lessons and Action Foundation.
And kind of what I came to after a very long period of analyzing myself was I own the mistakes that I made as a mother. Nobody is a perfect parent. We all mess up. But when I look back at how I parented my children and how I continue to parent my children, we all share some responsibility, but the ultimate responsibility is Paris's. He could have made other choices. He is not your typical youth offender. He's highly intelligent. He did not have a lot of the issues that a lot of the other children that I've worked with have. And so now, 10 years later, I have learned to live with the mistakes that I did make, but I do not feel the mistakes that I made justify or explain.
The foundation aims to help people affected by trauma related to crime. It counsels families connected to both victims and offenders. Charity also campaigns against the death penalty. She advocates for the rights and better treatments of prisoners. And she has said she believes the answer to cruelty is not vengeance. She has said society needs to move away from fear and hatred. That is her perspective, shaped by trauma that most people cannot imagine. Since Ella died, Charity has connected her daughter to butterflies. Ella loved butterflies. After Ella died, Charity was given a picture Ella had painted of a butterfly at school. It was the last painting she did before she passed away. And on the day Charity finally returned home after the investigation, a friend found a butterfly brooch in the back garden. Paris will be eligible for parole in 2027. More than one expert told Charity she needs to be on high alert if he is ever released. They warned that he still directed hostility toward his mother. They warned he still seemed to take satisfaction in her suffering. They warned he still carried deep resentment. And they asked the obvious question, if he's not getting help, why would any of that change? And what would that mean for Charity's safety? Experts who assessed him have said these traits may not be treatable in the way people hope. One expert said the best thing Charity could do was leave Texas, change her identity, and disappear. Charity has said Texas would be to blame if he ever caused another tragedy. She has said if he is released and someone else does not survive, it would be because the system did not provide proper treatment during incarceration. Understandably, she is concerned for her own safety and for her youngest child. Charity has an 8-year-old child named Phoenix. Phoenix has a serious congenital heart condition. Paris is forbidden from seeing Phoenix due to the nature of his case, but Charity allows phone calls. She wants Phoenix to understand forgiveness and to know he has a brother. She has said she will never feel comfortable with Paris and Phoenix together, but she wants them to be aware of one another. She has said that if he were free, she would be frightened of him. The fact that he is incarcerated gives her peace of mind, but she also worries about his safety inside the system. Paris wants people to know he is not a monster. He claims he made one mistake and that it should not define him or cost him his life. He has never truly expressed deep regret for Ella's death. During one visit, Charities broke down and asked him why he did it. She also asked why he did not choose her instead. Paris responded with profanity and told her to move on, saying people die all the time. That response captures what so many people find chilling about him. If someone is born without normal empathy, compassion, and emotional understanding of grief, how do they truly grasp another person's suffering? The argument is that he is missing that understanding, and if he cannot recognize it, many believe he may never be safe. Charity has said she still loves him. She has said she loves him as much as she did when he was born, despite what happened. But she also says she has no illusions about the risk he poses. She has said her son has psychopathic traits, that she cannot fix him, and that he does not seem to care about what was done to Ella. She has also said that while one side of him may be quiet for now, she still believes he is dangerous. It is hard to know Paris's true feelings, because psychopathy can involve compulsive lying and manipulation. He does not seem to recognize the impact of his actions in the normal human way. At times, he appears remorseful. He says he misses his family. He acknowledges the family is torn apart. He recognizes how most people view him. He sees that people think he's someone who could do this again. He claims that if he is released, he will prove people wrong. He says he regrets what he did. He says he cannot fix the destruction. He says some things can never be fixed. And he is correct about that one point. This tragedy can never be fixed. But preventing future tragedies is the only remaining goal. And for someone like Paris Bennett, the conclusion many people reach is grim. The only way to safeguard society from someone who fixates on causing the ultimate loss may be to never let them out of prison. There is often conflict when it comes to incarcerating young people for life, but in this case, that conflict is reduced for many observers. By Charity's own admission, he is terrifying. The argument is that he is safer when he cannot act out, where he cannot target the people tied to him, where he can be educated if he chooses, and where his intellect cannot be turned into a tool against the public. And that is the final, unsettling thought. The only sure way to keep everyone safe from someone like Paris Bennett may be to keep him exactly where he is. There's no clean way to wrap up a case like this, because the part that lingers isn't just what Paris Bennett did, it's the way it was staged, narrated, and used to punish someone who loved him. Ella deserved safety in her own bed, and Charity Lee deserved to come home to both of her kids alive. Instead, she's been left carrying grief, fear, and the kind of forgiveness most people cannot even imagine. So I want to ask you, do you hear real panic in that 911 call, or do you hear performance? If Paris refuses treatment and evaluation, what should parole mean in 2027? Rehabilitation or pure risk management? And where do you draw the line between blaming a parent's instability and recognizing a person's cold, deliberate choices? The Caffeys looked like a normal family in a quiet Texas town. They were strict, religious, and protective. But from the outside, nothing about that house suggested the kind of night that was coming. Erin was a teenage girl with a boyfriend her parents did not trust, and like a lot of parents, Terry and Penny thought setting rules would keep her safe. Then, just after 3 in the morning, a desperate 911 call came in. The house was burning. Terry Caffey was still alive inside, barely. Penny and the 2 youngest boys were gone. At first, it looked like a brutal attack by outsiders, but the more investigators pulled at the timeline, the more the story collapsed. This was not a random break-in. The people responsible were already close to the family, and the plan had started long before that fire. So how did a secret teenager relationship turn into a plot that nearly erased an entire family? Hi, welcome to my channel. Here we investigate cases where danger never looked like danger, where the person who can hurt you might be the same person sitting with you at the family table. If you value human voiceover, detailed research, and the facts that truly matter, make sure you subscribe. I won't waste your time with a long intro. Let's get straight to the case. In 2008, a quiet home in Elba, Texas, became the setting for something almost impossible to comprehend. Just after 3 in the morning, a series of alarming sounds rang out inside the Caffey family home. When it was over, the 2 youngest sons, Matthew and Tyler, had lost their lives. Penny's husband, Terry Caffey, was found inside the burning house, and somehow, against all odds, he survived. At first, it looked like a home intrusion that had gone terribly wrong. The house had been set on fire. What took place was fast, deliberate, and clearly directed at this family. But once investigators started digging into the timeline and looking closely at the people nearest to them, the case took a deeply disturbing turn. The people responsible were not strangers, and the plan did not begin that night. At the center of it all was the couple's daughter, Erin, and a secret relationship her parents had desperately tried to stop. What unfolded next revealed a plot driven by obsession, manipulation, and a choice that destroyed a family from the inside out. Even in those first moments, the scale of what had happened was only beginning to come into focus. The caller was trying to explain the unthinkable, while help was still on the way.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
This is Tommy Gaston. I've got a man that's been shot out here at my house.
The questions were simple, but the reality behind them was devastating. A man had been found alive inside the wreckage of an attack that had already claimed nearly his entire family.
Okay, so he's been shot?
Yes.
Alright, sir, I have a few questions that I need to ask you, okay? We're going to get you an ambulance. I need you to stay on the line with me, okay? Are you with the patient now?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 41.
Is he conscious?
Yes.
And is he breathing?
Yes.
Okay. When did this happen?
I don't know, just a little bit ago, and we've also got a house on fire out here.
And the house is on fire?
There was a fire out there, and the house was on fire. That detail alone told investigators this was not a random outburst. It was not just an attack, it was also an attempt to erase what had happened inside that home. You heard Terry say that his biggest fear was that police might never find out who was responsible for what happened to his family. But the truth about the identities of those involved turned out to be every bit as devastating as the case itself. What made this story so haunting was not only what took place, it was the betrayal behind it. The answer was not far away. It was already inside the family's world.
And I realized quickly somebody standing over us shooting us. But everything was happening so quickly. Me and Penny both were just screaming. But I could hear somebody standing over me reloading the gun. And I'm laying face down on the floor. And I just knew in a minute this is going to be it. They're going to finish me off. I remember saying, God, just please be with my family and make it quick. I just saw the blast muzzle, and the smell of gunpowder. It was so loud. I remember that. It was just totally engulfed. I mean, it was just, I can remember hearing windows explode out, It was just intense heat and smoke, and I couldn't get upstairs to the kids, and I was forced back into the bedroom, and I knew I was trying to get to the bathroom on the other side, so I climbed over the bed, trying to get away from the smoke and the flames, and when I fell on the other side of the bed, that's when I found Penny. And one look at her, I knew she's already gone. So I climbed out the bathroom window. I didn't care if I lived or died. As a matter of fact, I wanted to die. But I knew that if I died out there in the woods, that there's a good chance they may never find out who did this.
It helps to understand who the Caffeys were as people. They were known as a deeply religious family. Their faith shaped their home, their parenting, and the way they believed children should be raised. And that matters because the tension inside this case did not come out of nowhere. It built slowly, piece by piece, inside an already strict household. Amazing Grace, how sweet. That song would later take on a painful meaning in this story. It was tied to the family's faith, their identity, and the image they presented to the people around them. On the outside, they looked close, devoted, and grounded in church life, but beneath that, pressure had already been building. Erin was the only employee at Sonic who delivered orders on roller skates. Boys tended to gravitate toward her, while others saw her as hopelessly naive. One of her co-workers said that a lot of guys flirted with Erin and she would just smile and blush. But her parents, Terry and Penny, were very protective of their children. They had even pulled her out of public school because of an incident that happened when Erin was 13. The family had moved to Alba from another town so they could be closer to Miracle Faith Baptist, where Terry and Penny both served as youth ministers. When Erin and her brothers enrolled in their new schools, she was in 8th grade and attending Rains Junior High. Erin had recently been diagnosed with ADD and lagged behind some of her classmates. Then another girl showed romantic interest in Erin and even kissed her in the hallway. After hearing about that, the Caffeys abruptly pulled all of their children out of school. Their mother, Penny, began teaching them at home using a Bible-based curriculum. That decision said a lot about the family. Terry and Penny believed they were protecting their children, but from Erin's perspective, it also meant control, isolation, and rules that kept getting tighter. And Erin's job was not just a place where she earned a little extra money or passed the time. It was also where she met one of her first serious boyfriends, a boy named Charlie. That relationship would become the emotional center of everything that followed. What began as young love soon turned into something much more intense, much more secretive, and much more dangerous than anyone around them seemed to realize at first. Then one day at church, during one of the fellowship meetings, one of the adults walked up on Erin and Charlie Wilkerson kissing behind the church. Terry and Penny were deeply ashamed of Erin's actions. After that, they made sure the two teenagers were separated during gatherings at Miracle Faith Church. Penny did not want Erin anywhere near Charlie. But despite the Caffeys' strict restrictions on their time alone and the rule that they could not leave the house unsupervised, the two teenagers still found ways to spend a considerable amount of time together. Charlie was often at Erin's house. They would eat dinner with the family, then go out back and build bonfires with the brothers. But like clockwork, when 9 p.m. came around, the Caffeys made sure Charlie was already heading out the door. Then Erin would call him and stay on the phone until her parents made her hang up. Around December, Erin begged her parents to let her return to public school. Her brothers had already gone back earlier that fall after Bubba, who was 13, said how much he missed his friends. The Caffeys agreed to Erin's request and allowed her to return before the holiday season, partly so Penny could have more time to earn additional income. Erin enrolled as a freshman, and once that happened, she and Charlie were constantly together. They ate lunch together, walked side by side through the halls, and occasionally slipped away to Erin's truck to be alone. They were classic teenagers, completely enthralled with each other and convinced they were in love. The Caffeys' rules became somewhat more lenient. Terry decided to let Erin and Charlie go out to dinner from time to time, as long as they returned no later than 9:30 p.m. But often, instead of simply going to dinner, they went to a friend's house where they could be alone together. After Christmas, their relationship became more serious. One night, Charlie stopped his car on a country back road, got down on one knee, and presented Erin with his grandmother's engagement ring, which he called a promise ring. It was not a formal proposal, but it was his way of showing commitment. A few days later, Penny noticed the ring on Erin's finger and ordered her to give it back. Terry was already growing uneasy about how quickly the relationship was moving. After that, the Caffeys began seeing even more red flags. They restricted Erin and Charlie's time together to once a week, always under supervision. Erin was furious with her parents. She even confided in her aunt that she intended to leave with Charlie as soon as she turned 17. The tension between Erin and her mother kept increasing. At one point, Erin called Charlie in tears and said there had been a confrontation at home. During one heated argument in February, Penny caught Erin talking on the phone with Charlie after curfew. Erin was grounded. Her car keys and phone were taken away for several weeks. Her parents had to drive her to and from school. And from Erin's point of view, the worst part was that her weekly visits with Charlie were now completely suspended. By then, everything was reaching a boiling point. Erin felt that her parents were taking Charlie away from her, the boy she believed was the love of her life, the person she was meant to be with. In her mind, Terry and Penny were standing directly between her and the future she wanted. She could not see him as much. She could not talk to him as much. They did not approve of the relationship, and that only made her cling to it more. As this conflict escalated, Erin repeatedly began discussing the idea of having her parents removed from the picture with Charlie, saying it was the only way they could be together. She talked about it often, both at school and outside of school. One classmate even overheard her mention the plan during lunch in mid-February. Charlie, who had turned 18 that month, was determined to be with Erin and seemed willing to do whatever he thought would make her happy. His father used to tease him by saying he had lost puppy dog syndrome, meaning he was always trying to help people in distress. Erin was someone he wanted to save and someone he loved. Charlie also confided in several friends about plans involving Erin's parents. Just 2 days before the family was lost, he told one friend he wished he could get Erin pregnant so her parents would be forced to accept him, but Erin did not waver. She stayed convinced that her parents had to be removed. In her view, they were the obstacle to her happily ever after. She argued that having a baby that young was not an option. She did not want to be a mother yet, and as long as her parents were alive, she believed she and Charlie could not truly be together. Even members of Miracle Faith Church started sensing that something was wrong inside the Caffey household. Penny became distant and reserved through most of February. She even turned down an invitation to a women's church retreat, something people said she would normally never refuse. Instead, she said she wanted to spend time with her family. Erin also appeared detached and inattentive during church events. Where she had once sung passionately and been moved to tears by her faith, she now seemed emotionally absent. Then, at her grandfather's funeral, the pastor's wife, Rebecca McGahey, noticed a clear change in Erin's demeanor. He had passed away after a medical emergency that month, and the Caffey family performed Amazing Grace in his honor. But Erin's singing was flat and lacked its usual passion. Rebecca became concerned and believed something was spiritually wrong with her. In Rebecca's words, Erin's anointing had lifted. On February 27th, 3 days before the family was lost, the Caffeys insisted that Erin end her relationship with Charlie. That came after Penny visited the local library and followed her sister's advice to look at Charlie's MySpace profile. What she found disturbed her. The page included statements about sex, getting drunk, being promiscuous, and behaving like what they saw as a reckless teenage boy. When Terry and Penny demanded that Erin break up with him, she did not argue. Instead, she tearfully admitted she had been considering ending their relationship for a while, but did not know how to do it. Before the family left for Bible study, Erin promised that she would end things with Charlie. To her parents, that felt like a breakthrough. They believed she was finally recognizing that their relationship was unhealthy and that the family could move forward without another huge fight. But the truth was far darker than they knew.
Amazing grace, how sweet.
That was the story Erin gave in the beginning. She presented herself as frightened, confused, and unable to remember what had happened. At first glance, it sounded like trauma, but investigators were already beginning to question whether her account made sense.
I knew immediately why he was there. He was to get revenge because we made him break up with our daughter. I heard my son Matthew cry out. He said, Charlie, why are you doing this? No, Charlie, no, please, why are you doing this? And then I'm trying to get up. And then all of a sudden, bam, bam, I hear the gunshots. I realized Matthew's been shot. So I managed to get to my feet. I'm trying to get out the bedroom door to get upstairs to my children. But by this time, the house is totally engulfed. I'm hit by a wall of flames, forced back into my bedroom. and there's Penny laying there. And when I saw her, I immediately knew she was gone, because not only did they come in and shoot, that he also came in with this samurai type sword, and she would nearly be decapitated. And I guess it's just the shock that I'm in, because I'm thinking, if I could just get to my neighbors, somehow we can fix this. We can get them out. Everything's going to be okay. And I'm not thinking rational. I just got to get help. Got to get them out.
Despite being teary at the beginning of the interview, Erin showed very little emotion as it went on. When Chief Sanders asked whether there was anything else she wanted to add, Erin whispered, "They're coming after me." Virginia Daly, Erin's maternal grandmother, later came to tell her that her father had somehow survived the attack. 2 officers felt deeply sorry for Erin. They stayed by her side for 5 hours until she was discharged from the hospital. Then they offered to take her and her grandparents to the ICU at East Texas Medical Center in Tyler to see Terry, all while telling her how strong she was. At that same time, Charlie was being interviewed by Detective Allman and Texas Ranger John Vance at the sheriff's office in Emory. Charlie realized he was in serious trouble. Investigators asked him to account for everything that had happened that night before. The case was already shifting because there was now a survivor. Terry Caffey had identified Charlie as one of the people involved.
Erin, you said that you woke up and smoke was everywhere, is that right? And you said that 2 guys were with swords. Are you okay? Tell me again what they told you to do. Where were you at when you first saw them?
I was in his house. That was on his house. And then that's the last thing I remember until this morning like this when the cops were behind me. I couldn't even remember where I was.
Gradually, Charlie began giving information piece by piece. He said Erin had called him the day before the attack. She was angry that her parents were forbidding her from seeing him. According to Charlie, she said she wanted her parents dead. He claimed he suggested that she should simply run away instead, but Erin insisted that she wanted them gone and wanted Charlie to do it. Sometime after 1:30 a.m. the next day, Charlie and a friend went to the Caffey home. At first, Charlie refused to identify the friend, describing him only as his hunting buddy and the younger sibling of Matthew Charles Wade. To avoid confusion between Charles and Charlie, he was referred to as Wade. Wade needed money, and Charlie offered him $2,000. Charlie had been told that amount was stored in a lockbox inside the Caffey home, and the money was meant to be payment for helping carry out the plan against the family. According to Charlie, Bobby Johnson, Charles Wade's girlfriend, drove them in her silver Dodge Neon. He said Bobby did not know their true plan, though she insisted on coming anyway. Charlie told detectives that the first time they approached the Caffey home, they had to leave because the family dog was barking too much. Later, Erin called Charlie on his cell phone and promised she would keep the dog quiet if they came back. So with Wade driving Bobby's Dodge Neon, they returned to the Caffey residence. The group picked Erin up at the end of the driveway and drove around for about an hour while discussing the plan. Charlie said he repeatedly begged Erin to consider just running away with him, but she remained firm. She wanted her parents dead. Eventually, they returned to the area near the house and parked. The plan, according to Charlie, was that he would go after Terry and Penny, and Wade would go after the 2 boys so there would be no witnesses left behind. As Charlie explained why he was willing to carry this out, he told law enforcement, "I don't have a conscience. I joined the army to carry out any task without question." I'm consciously not going to detail how the plan was carried out inside that home. What I can say is that investigators concluded the house had been entered.
In the hospital, the victims were found in a burning house near Emory, 60 miles east of Dallas.
The crime has rocked the Rains County area. No one here can remember a tragedy of this magnitude or a crime this horrific.
With help from inside, the family was targeted room by room, and the outcome was fatal for Penny and the 2 boys. Terry, against all expectations, remained alive. It was an overwhelming account, and what made it even worse was that, by then, investigators were hearing details that pointed not to a break-in by strangers, but to a plan formed in advance and carried out with help from inside the family. After the family was lost, Charlie said he and Wade took a suitcase from Erin's room that she had packed before the attack. He claimed she seemed pleased and smiled, saying, "I'm so glad it's over." The two men then went back into the house to retrieve the lockbox. Aaron had given Charlie the combination and he used it to open it. According to Charlie, they took $375 and some change, along with items from Terry's wallet and Penny's purse, to make the scene look different from what it really was. They then set fire to furniture, clothing, and bedsheets with pocket lighters before leaving the cafe house, which soon became fully engulfed in flames. Afterward, the four of them drove around on back roads for a while, trying to gather themselves and calm down. Wade then dropped Aaron and Charlie off at the trailer, where the two of them were intimate. By Saturday afternoon, the investigation was moving fast. Detectives learned that Aaron's toxicology test, which had been done to check for substances that can cause memory loss, came back negative. She also showed no sign that she had been inside a smoke-filled house for long and did not even smell like smoke. Bobby Johnson was picked up by Officer Fisher near the restaurant where she worked as a dishwasher, and Wade was stopped while driving her car near the sheriff's office. Bobby at first pretended she knew nothing, but once officers told her that Wade and Charlie were already in custody, she admitted what she knew. Wade initially stayed quiet, then, under persistent questioning, he finally confessed. His version and Bobby's version matched Charlie's in all major details. Investigators were hearing the same story again and again. Wade showed no remorse. He spoke about the deaths of the two boys in a casual, unsettling way. And before the interview ended, he revealed one more detail that Charlie had left out.
You thought her dad, right?
Yeah.
Did you people kid?
No.
I told him I could see you and your dad because we were hot for
Holy, that was awesome. That remark added another layer of horror to the case. While the suspects were being questioned at the Emory Sheriff's Office, Aaron's grandparents were on the way to the hospital in Tyre, with Chief Sanders and Deputy Booth escorting them. But along the route, Chief Fisher called Sanders on his cell phone and said Aaron had been implicated in the cafe case and needed to be taken into custody. Sanders pulled into a parking lot and the Dailies followed. He explained the situation and asked Aaron to step out of the car. Virginia Daly became frantic. She grabbed Aaron's face and demanded to know whether she had been involved in what happened. Aaron started crying and said she had no part in it. One officer later said that, after hearing everything, he had imagined someone far more outwardly intimidating. Instead, he saw a tiny, meek, blonde girl who looked physically incapable of doing much on her own. But investigators believed she had dreamed up the plan and influenced others into carrying it out. Aaron was transferred to the Juvenile Detention Center in Greenville, where she was arrested on charges tied to the case. Of course, they were all blaming one another. Detectives were saying Aaron was the mastermind, that she was the evil one, but none of that really mattered to me because I decided that I needed to forgive them, and forgiveness isn't always easy. That response, coming from Terry, revealed something almost as hard to understand as the case itself. He had survived a devastating attack, lost his wife and sons, and still focused on forgiveness. Whether people agreed with him or not, his faith remained central to the way he processed what had happened.
Anybody say anything in the car after y'all left the house? What?
Aaron said, "Holy shit, that was awesome."
Holy shit, that was awful.
And although the cafes may have seemed to some people a little overly strict in their religion, including the extreme way they reacted when another girl showed romantic interest in Aaron later admitted that her parents had not mistreated her in the way she had originally claimed. When I look back on it now, this was all just stupid. I mean, for what? They weren't treating me badly. I had it made. Daddy bought me a car. He let me have a job. That admission mattered. It undercut one of the ideas used to justify the resentment Aaron expressed at the time. By her own later account, the situation at home was not what she had once portrayed it to be. The rules were strict, yes. The conflict was real, yes. But the picture she later described was very different from the image of a girl trapped in extremist treatment.
My sister told me that Aaron's been arrested for involvement in the murders. And when I heard that, I just lost it. I remember grabbing at IVs and tubes that were in me, trying to pull them out.
Aaron eventually admitted to both her father and investigators that she knew about the deaths ahead of time, but she said Charlie was the real mastermind behind everything.
Of course, they were all blaming one another, the detectives were saying Erin was the mastermind, that she was the evil one. But none of that really mattered to me because I had chose that I needed to forgive them. And forgiveness isn't always easy.
And Israel was not the only professional who felt deceived by Erin's lies. Jordan Rayner, a counselor in the Texas prison system, also later shared her experience working with Erin. And this weekend, as I was working with her, I had never met her before and I had not heard the story. So she was able to take me for a ride, basically telling me the version of the story she wanted me to hear. What I didn't know was that she was getting a dark kind of satisfaction out of toying with me, watching my emotional responses and seeing what she could get away with. And I was completely sucked in. I believed everything she was telling me. I felt pretty safe around her because she was small and petite. But the moment everything changed was when she was looking down, barely even looking at me, just talking very softly. Then, all of a sudden, she looked up, and when she did, there was a darkness in her eyes that I had never seen in anybody before. It scared me. I suddenly felt extremely vulnerable, like I was in a predatory environment and I was not safe. That description was deeply unsettling. It showed how strongly Erin could affect the people around her, especially when they first met her without knowing the full story.
And this weekend, as I'm working with her, I had never met her before and I had not heard her story. And so she was able to take me for a ride, basically telling me the version of the story that she wanted me to hear. And what I didn't know is that she is a psychopath. And she was getting sick pleasure out of toying with me, watching my emotional responses, and just seeing what she could get away with. And I was totally sucked in. I totally was buying everything she was telling me. And I felt pretty safe around her because she was a small, petite person. But the moment that everything in the room changed was whenever she was looking down. She really wasn't even looking at me. She was just kind of looking down and talking real soft like this. And all of a sudden, she just does this. And y'all, when she looked up at me that way, there was a black darkness in her eyes that I have never seen in anybody before, and it scared the shit out of me. I suddenly felt extremely vulnerable, like I was in a predatory environment and I was not safe.
You have told so many different stories and theories here, none of which match the facts. You told the police what I read to you here, and that was a lie, right? Then you told your father a different story. You told one of your counselors another completely different story, right? You said you were kidnapped. But that was a lie, right? And I know you haven't talked to Charlie since this happened, correct? And you haven't talked to Charles Wade, and you haven't talked to Bobby, you haven't talked to anybody, but the police have. And they are all telling exactly the same story, even though they were interviewed independently. They all tell the same story. Then you tell it differently. And you still haven't told the truth, have you? You finally said, okay, go after my parents, my mother and my father, the woman who brought me into the world, the people who fed me and clothed me and housed me and loved me every day of my life. Sure, go after them. What did they do that was so bad that you were willing to let this happen? Those questions cut straight to the center of the case. Not just what happened, but why. What grievance could possibly justify that level of betrayal? And the answers that followed were...
What did they do that was so bad that you were willing for them to be killed?
Nothing.
Did you think about the next morning my parents will be dead? You had 2 little brothers in the house. What was going to happen with them?
I didn't really think about it too much. That statement was almost impossible to hear without stopping for a moment. A whole family had been destroyed, and the explanation sounded detached, almost casual. It crossed my mind, yes. Even that brief answer suggested awareness, forethought, and choice. I was probably adding fuel to the fire. Probably, those words felt painfully small compared to what had happened. But they also hinted at something important. Erin knew her words had influence, and she knew they pushed events further.
I didn't really think about it too much.
Did you think they were going to be killed?
That your family would still all be alive if you had wanted them to be alive. In other words, that you could have stopped this at any time.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You accept that?
Yes.
That in itself must be a terrible burden on you, that you had that power to stop this happening, that you never chose to take that choice, that option.
And you do not have to rely only on Erin's word for that, because one of her former boyfriends later came forward and said Erin had once tried to get him to go after her parents too, long before Charlie was ever in the picture. That detail changed the way many people looked at the case. It suggested this was not merely a terrible idea born in one frantic relationship. It suggested a pattern. Despite all the evidence against Erin, including the phone calls, the statements from her former boyfriend, and what sounded very close to an admission, her father, Terry, still held firmly to his belief that his daughter could not have been the mastermind behind such a devastating case. That belief became one of the most remarkable and divisive parts of the entire story. Terry had every reason to turn away from her forever, and yet he did not.
Doing the investigation here, we've learned that that you and Erin had dated at one time. What caused the breakup?
Her mom and dad didn't want me seeing her.
Now, as I ask questions, if I ask a direct or hard question, I need a grown-up man's response, okay, to help solve what truly happened that night.
I'm going to tell you the truth.
Okay.
And she told me that she was going to hire somebody to go out there and kill her parents.
Why was she wanting to have somebody go out to the house and kill the parents?
Because she told me that every time she gets a boyfriend that she really likes, her mom and dad tries to break them up.
In fact, Terry became so convinced that Erin was not the mastermind that he said his only goal now was to see her released from prison. For many people, that was almost impossible to understand, but to Terry, forgiveness was not symbolic. It was something he chose to live out, even after suffering losses that most people could barely imagine.
I honestly believe that she was not the mastermind, and I'm not saying that out of denial because it's my daughter, but I don't believe my daughter's evil, and I don't believe that she was the driving force. She was a contributor, yes, but you gotta understand, this was a vulnerable 16-year-old girl. This is this controlling psychopath, sociopath guy. You mix that together, this is what you ended up with.
And that is one of the most haunting things about this case. It was not only a story about betrayal, it was a story about family, control, rebellion, manipulation, and the terrible consequences of choices made in anger and obsession. A mother and two young boys lost their lives. A father survived and was left to carry unimaginable grief. And at the center of it all was a relationship that should have ended in heartbreak, not in devastation. What began in a quiet home in Elba, Texas, ended as one of the most disturbing family cases in the state's recent memory. And even after the arrests, the confessions, and the courtroom battles, one question still lingered over everything. How did a conflict between parents and a teenager daughter spiral so far that an entire family was nearly erased? That was the part people could never fully shake. Not just what happened, but how close the danger had been all along, growing inside the home until one night it finally erupted. What happened to the Caffey family is hard to sit with because there's no clean explanation what makes it feel less horrific. A house full of rules, faith, and ordinary routines became the place where trust collapsed from the inside. Penny Caffey, Matthew, and Tyler should have had a future far beyond that night. And Terry was left carrying the kind of grief most people cannot even imagine. Cases like this force you to confront a terrifying truth. Sometimes the warning signs do not look like danger until it is far too late. So what do you think was really driving this case in the end? Control, obsession, manipulation, or something even darker that had been building long before that night? Do you believe Erin was the true force behind it? Or did Charlie become something more dangerous than the people around him understood? And what do you make of Terry's forgiveness after everything he lost? If you want more cases told with care, detail, and no wasted time, subscribe. And in the next one, we'll look at another story where the threat did not come from far away. It was already inside the circle of trust.